Hello, hello, hello. How's everybody doing? How are we feeling today, folks? My little demon legion. I'm wondering who of the people in the audience have watched Petscop. Also, I hope my fan in the background isn't too noisy. Hey, welcome, Soup Life, welcome. Now, I saw, Soup, I saw your comments. I saw your comment earlier about, like, Sagan Hawk's analysis of it. I encourage everybody to watch other Petscop videos because this is very much not going to be like other Petscop videos. And it's actually going to be talking about how I don't really like other Petscop videos. That being said, there's no harm in, like, I think good conjecture can stand up against competition and disagreements. So I encourage you to watch videos made by people like Sagan Hawks, even videos made by MatPat. Even though, in my opinion, his Petscop videos did the worst damage to the community and to the series itself. I think, I can't say for certain, but I think MatPat's involvement is what made the author change some stuff in upcoming videos. But I don't think it takes away anything, but it definitely changed it, and I'll tell you why when we get there. Anka, it is kind of an analog horror series, but it was kind of before analog horror was a thing. It's more of a riff on creepypastas. Like the, oh, I found this game in my attic, or like at a yard sale and it was spooky. Like, that's what we're going with. What is Petscop? Petscop is a video game that doesn't exist. I think the author does a very good job at making it seem like it does exist at first, but it does not in fact exist. It was created purely for this video series. It's more creepypasta than analog horror, but I think Petscop set up a lot of the sort of defined, before analog horror had really come on the scene the way it is now, what analog horror was. How, Ryu, I'm personally not a big fan of the multiple timelines theory because I think it goes too far, but that's just me. We're gonna get into theorizing. This is the official OST, by the way, which you can find on the channel Cat Food Taste. Okay. Let's go. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to be watching the videos. I will pause if I think something notable has happened and provide some commentary. And then at the end of each episode, we'll kind of delve into it. I would say, so there are 24 episodes of Petscop. Most videos are about 10-ish minutes. You've got some longer ones and some shorter ones, but I can't see this taking us longer than 2.5, 3 hours. 4 at the absolute maximum. I'll try not to spurg out too much. It's only me today, so I think that I should be able to control the length a little bit better. But anyway, I'm the Petscop. It was me all along. I am Paul Petscop. Welcome to the chat, Paul Petscop. No, I'm kidding. I know. It's like NES Godzilla. It's more PSX. Okay, so we're gonna get started. This episode dropped, oh, it's 406,000 subscribers. That's kind of cool. But yeah, this was dropped 7 years ago. The description says, the game I found. The note. I walked downstairs, and when I got to the bottom, instead of proceeding, I turned to the right and became a shadow monster man. 6/13/97. So this seems to take place the 13th of June, or the note was written the 13th of June, 1997. For you, please go to my website on the sticker and also go to Ronith's room, press start, and press down, 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 right, start. So this was, evidently this game is from the 90s. It's very PlayStation 1. Also, I'm eating carrots, and I really hope you can't hear me eating carrots. If you think about it, though, carrots are really just a vehicle for the green goddess dressing to get in my mouth. But anyway. Let's go. Very PlayStation. Very PlayStation 1. Looking good. I hope you can hear the audio because Paul, the main character, does talk. Let me know if you can't hear.
Alright, so this is just to prove to you that I'm not lying about this game that I found. I'm just gonna walk you through everything that I've seen so far, and obviously it'll be exactly as I described it because this is it.
So we're gonna go in a bit of a different direction as time goes on. But right now, just from the first 50 seconds, what we can surmise what this story is about is it's about a guy who found a video game and he's trying to prove to someone, supposedly, from the familiar way he's talking, he is recording this video for a friend. So he's recording a video for a friend about a video game that he thinks is kind of weird. It will be a VOD. I always keep my VODs up on the channel. And I would be honored if you saved it to your playlist of Petscop analysis videos. Perhaps at some point I might get this stream edited down into a better analysis. But yeah. Yeah, I love the UI. I love the animation. Okay, 1 second, you guys. I'll be right back. I gotta go get myself a drink. My throat is crispy. I have returned. I live in basically a studio without a kitchen, so my without a proper kitchen, so my room is doesn't take me long to get stuff from my quote unquote kitchen area. The carrot snack has betrayed Krim. I think it's more the talking. Let's go. Hold on. Before we go much further, I want to talk about this character. This character, this little guy, is so enigmatic, I think. Because, like, especially walking along on this brightly colored path of blues and purples and whites, it doesn't really feel like he fits in there, does he? He's odd looking in like not very pleasing to the eye. He's got like this puke green color with this big orange thing on the front of his face. It appears to be a nose. He's not symmetrical. His clothes are like this muddy green and brown, and he's got like these big ugly feet. I think that's interesting. Yeah, we were never really sure what the avatar was supposed to be either. Yes. And we're going to get into that. It might take a couple episodes for us to really talk about what I want to talk about specifically. What did he do to serve to get roasted like that? Yeah, this little character is named Newmaker by the fans usually, but it doesn't really have a name. There is no argument, and I haven't set up my counter argument yet. We're just gonna watch a couple episodes and then, yeah. Why are you dissing my man like that? I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I'm trying to be subjective. It's like the game tried to create a type of character from a children's animation or TV show, but it looks so odd. Yeah. It's like this weird amalgamation of characters like you'd see on like Paper Mario or Rayman, or like, it's just such an odd little guy. And he's kind of got this haunting stare, doesn't he? Anyway. I also hold on. Yeah. This is such a like a little thing, but I think it's very interesting that the game starts out not with your character looking to, so in game design, when you're creating a first level, what you typically want to do is you want your character to be facing towards the way that you want your player to move them. That's just typical game design. I took, I went to school to learn like animation and game design and 3D modeling and all that kind of stuff. And most of the time, I can't really think of any exception to this that wouldn't be considered bad design. But most of the time, when you drop your character into level 1, you want them facing the direction you want them to go, because it like subtly points the player in the direction you want them to start moving. But our little character here is looking straight at us. Like, yeah, exactly. Like he's watching the viewer / player expectantly. Yeah. And I'm going to set us up for the way I would like to analyze Petscop that is contrasting to the way that a lot of other people analyze Petscop. Instead of focusing on the details, on the numbers, on the dates, on how the puzzle works, I want you to think about this as a piece of art or a dream, and think about the decisions that are made and how they make you feel. Not how they play out logically within the world of the game. Because here's the thing, Petscop doesn't exist. Paul does not exist. We talked about this a little bit on my Thursday stream when we were talking about green eggs and ham. No, we're not going to go. No, we're not going to go there. Everybody shut up. I don't want to hear about it. We're not talking about fucking green eggs and ham. But I kind of alluded this to a little bit about this, is that nothing in this game is real. Not the people, not the game, nothing. This is a piece of art, and everything that's placed here is put here for an artistic reason. And that artistic reason is actually more important than the logical reason. So I just want to preface this video by saying that. It's like, let's look at this and ask, why was this choice made artistically? And I think this is such a good example. Why is Newmaker looking right at us, the viewer, instead of the usual choice, which would be he would be made to face the right? I think that's interesting. Newmaker facing towards reminds me of unfinished demos for 3D games, which could be there to unintentionally allude to the unfinished state of the game. That's an interesting analysis. But my interpretation is that he's looking at us because of the nature of this, and because of the supposed personhood assigned to the avatars in Petscop. He's looking at us because he's conscious of us. Conscious not only of Paul the player, but also of us, the audience. Look at those fucking grippers. I don't want anybody to say anything about my little feet again. The gift plane has closed indefinitely and all personnel have left. If you are unaware, the gift plane provided homes to over 100 young pets. Unfortunately, we have failed to remove all of the pets from their homes. 48 pets remain here at the time of writing. Okay, so this is some sort of like, I think instinctively we're like, oh, this is some sort of monster catcher game. And everything, it's called a gift plane. We see presents up on posts. We would strongly encourage you to visit our 8 homes and find... Oop. Sorry. Oh, hold on. I missed the last little bit of that. We would strongly encourage you to visit our 8 homes and find some friends to take with you. Okay, so there's 8 levels, 48 pets that we have to catch. Cool. Not related to Petscop, but why do people call feet grippers? What can feet actually grip? I don't want to talk about that right now. Every pet is uniquely valuable. You should have no problem finding somebody that you love. And I find it interesting that this, and I'm going to be honest with you, I'm getting a lot of inspiration from David Stockdale / Nightmare Masterclass. He was what alerted me to Petscop. And something that he pointed out that I thought was interesting is that they say somebody. They assign personhood to the pets, to the monsters that we're supposed to be catching, you know, like a Pokemon, but... The gift plane staff.
And the first level is over here. I'm just gonna keep going over here so you can
Even
see
care?
the game is apparently unfinished because there's nothing over here.
Yep, there's only one world completed.
So, I'm just gonna show you the one and only level. This actually is not the interesting part, but I'm just gonna show you, I'm gonna walk you through all this so you can see that this is exactly what I described.
Yeah, he is such an odd critter, and it's a picture of 2 friends, Tonith and Randus. Are they not cute? Are they... Give them a chance. We get our currency. That's something, that's also a very, like... That's also something that a lot of games do, is that they'll show you currency that will lead you along a path that you have to go down anyway, so that you understand what it is that you're picking up. So that you're like, oh, yes, right, I should be getting these. So the first currency that you would usually find in most games is currency that you would have to intentionally avoid to not pick up. You know? If you even have a chance. So that's interesting. Or not, but you don't know how to open doors. And what that means to me is that the author of Petscop knows how to design a video game. Is Petscop a game we can play or a game in a video series? It is not a game you can play. There is a fan-made copycat, but but you cannot play Petscop. When you're choosing a pet, find somebody that you like. You don't have to love them right away. Don't be discouraged if they run from you. They really do want a home. They're afraid. Show them that there's nothing to be afraid of. Now, there's a lot going on here. We've got like a very odd background, and the way things set up kind of remind me of Mario, Paper Mario. But the language that they're using to talk about the creatures that we're going to be finding, I think is very interesting. There's something dark going on here. I think we can tell already from the way that the main character is designed and the way that they're talking about these pets.
The first pet is in this room.
It's a trophy, awarded to our Amber for being a real champ yesterday and today. She hasn't left her cage once.
And, first thing you gotta do here is, let her out of her cage, and she just moves to the other one. And then you do that. Take the money here.
Typical puzzle solving. Does not want to be caught.
Over here and she just does that. But if you do this, if you lock yourself in here, then you just Amber will just run over there.
Interesting that she wants to be in a cage, I think.
So once you're in here, actually, you can find a little place here to walk to the other side. So that's that. And so there's another.
So this is very obviously somebody that is very familiar with this game, has probably played it quite a few times, is just running through the motions, showing us how it works.
Over here, I can't catch this one. I've tried. This is always what happens. So I don't know what's up with that one. So, actually, I should show you the pause menu. So, here you can see all the pets that you've,
Amber is a young ball. She's afraid to leave her home. If her home is good, this is not a problem. She's very heavy, and that makes her life a little harder, as well as yours. What's the safest place you can put her in? You should start thinking about that. Again, such ominous ways to talk about it.
That you've caught.
Also, I do want to say, so this is a pet, you know, with a little red bird. But if we go back, here's a pet that looks kind of similar. Toneth and Randus. Now, if you go down here, Ronith, which seems to be an amalgamation of the names Toneth and Randus. That's interesting. And then we go to
pets that you've collected. That you've
and then this pet, Ronith, is like a combination of two other pets, it seems. Why do they have human names? You'll see.
Alright, so the second one here is sort of a music one. The idea here is you have to get your clone over there to overlap with it. I'll just cut to the chase. You just set this to, what is it? 7. And, just like that. I don't totally get that one. But that's that.
Yeah, that seems like something he brute forced, so another hint that he's been playing this game a lot.
Alright, so this one's kind of interesting. So the idea is if you run over here to catch the flower here, then you'll just get rained on.
I believe that flower is Toneth.
The flower comes over here, you notice. Always comes to that exact spot over there, which you can get this bucket. To that exact spot. That's the spot? Yeah. And then that happens, and you can just catch them both that way. Okay. So, yeah, that's it for the... Actually, that's everything.
Something that's interesting, look to the right and look how, like, there's, like, this brick protrusion that just keeps, or I guess it's dirt. It kind of looks like brick to me, but it just keeps going down. I think that's something that's very interesting. That's Randus.
That's
Yeah,
every
my
single
better.
pet here
My bad. Tonith
I've
is
been able
the
to catch.
is the bird.
So, now I'm gonna show you the part that's actually interesting. Alright, so I still can't catch this guy. The reason we're here is because in the note that came with this, which is short, the first line, in all capital letters, I'm gonna read it. It says, I walked downstairs, and when I got to the bottom, instead of proceeding, I turned the right and became a shadow monster man. Below that, a date, June 13th, 1997. For you, colon. Please go to my website on the sticker, and also go to Ronith's room, and press start, and press down, 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 right, start. So I happen to know that this is Ronith's room, because it works, so I go here. I'm just gonna do this now. So what is it? Down, 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 right, start. Alright?
Something's
so
happened.
You can see that it accepted it and the music stopped. I'm just gonna go out this way here. So, it appears to be the same, except when I actually leave here, it'll be a little bit different.
Notice that there is no longer any loading screens. There was loading screens before, between each room. There is not any loading screens anymore. I don't know if you guys could see that. It's kind of freaking me out. Is there any way for me to up the contrast when I'm streaming? Filters. Edit filters. I'll just I'll bring it up in Photoshop and then I'll put it on screen. There is something there. I'm gonna show you guys what it looks like. Just as soon as I'll show it to you. I'll show it to you. Oh, Elias, you are in for a treat as soon as this. Yeah, I am taking a screenshot and editing it in Photoshop. Just give me 1 second. Contrast. Where are you? Here it is. Come on, Photoshop. Behave for me, please. 1 second. My Photoshop's color is image mode 32 bits. There we go. I got it. And so, you guys ready for the thing that's hidden? Here it is. This is the image that's hidden. Oh boy! Man-made horrors beyond my comprehension. So this is where we are now. Let's play.
Alright. So there's nothing out here, as far as I've seen. But actually, I think there is something out here. I just haven't seen it yet. Because it sure seems like... in this note here, it sure seems like, right, I'm supposed to come out here and look at something. I haven't found anything yet, but I'm thinking if I just keep walking around here, I'm gonna find something eventually. Hey, so I was talking about how I couldn't find anything out here. Well, I just found this. And, last time I came out here, I was walking around in this space here for over an hour. And this time...
This game has our character in a freaking death grip. But yes, this setting fits the little guy a lot more. It's almost like he was made for this place rather than the gift plane. He fits in so much better, doesn't he?
I find this in less than 15 minutes. So this is just luck that I happen to find this. And I think if I were to restart my console right now, I would not be able to find this again. Probably, because I don't remember what I did. You know, all the directions that I went. So I'm kind of scared to, you know, I want to keep the console on until I figure this out. The situation is that I cannot open this door.
That's something you're going to have to remember. He wants to keep the console on. He feels like he has to. It's very interesting.
I probably can open the door, but I don't know what to do. So I thought I would just slip this in at the end. If you think you saw something that might provide a clue, please let me know. Alright, that's it.
And that's the first video. Roxana, Petscop is supposed to feel like a bad creepypasta. But stay with it. So that was interesting. A little enigmatic, sort of creepy little what appears to be an old unfinished beta of a game. Probably on the PlayStation that this guy had laying around. Maybe his one of his family members was a game developer and, you know, had a beta sitting around or something. Established to be from 1997. Very Ben drowned energy, and that is intentional, but it is not the direction that this is gonna go. So please be patient. I'm glad you're kind of analyzing the series as it is at the moment. I feel like the theory craze kind of got YouTubers to cherry pick too much to quickly get a theory video rather than take time. Yeah, it's something is off here. Something here is wrong. Let's keep going. We are playing, by the way. 15 seconds in.
Hey, so, the door opened on its own. I was just in the other room for a couple of minutes, and I came back and the door was open, and I checked the recording, because I was recording, and the door just opens on its own. I didn't do anything. So, I'll take it, right? So I'm gonna show you what's in here now. I haven't seen it yet, so, this could be interesting.
Now, I do want to say, I paused the video for a second. I do want to say that I understand. Oh, I didn't pause the video. Never mind. I do want to say that I don't blame people like MatPat watching these first few episodes and like, there's a mystery to be solved. Because that's how the main character is framing it. But remember, the main character, Paul, is still a character. He's not real. He is part of the narrative, and that will become evident as we go on. It very much, you know what this feels like? It feels like the basement of a school, doesn't it? Oh, sorry about the juicy dressing sounds. But there's still currency down here. This isn't just a second game that got kind of lost in the files. This is still Petscop. So, you are supposed to be down here. This isn't an accident. This isn't some extra code left in. We're still having currency, and interestingly enough, Paul is collecting it. He doesn't even know why. We have found nothing to spend currency on. He's just collecting it because that's what you do when you play a video game. You see collectibles on the ground, you collect them. You don't even really think about it.
Phone.
Care is in yellow, for those of you that might be a little colorblind. Care left the room.
What is this?
Yeah. What the fuck is happening? This is like a whole other experience than what we were doing previously. My freaking phone! Isn't that interesting? Let me put my phone on do not disturb mode. And make sure saw my a mod say something to me and okay. Hold on. Sparrow, you go sleep if you need to. Like, what is this? Oh, here we go. ABNLM.
ABNLM.
The same character, it seems, in 3 different states. That seemed to get worse.
Okay.
It definitely feels more like we're underground right now. Instead of the open plains around our little...
Nothing.
Around, like there's stone encapsulating everything. A green suburban house in the middle of the weird void upstairs. So, an odd sting of music when we see that building that looks like maybe an apartment or a school or in a windmill.
This just keeps going.
Cars rushing by. Camera does not follow us, so don't really have any choice but to come back, I suppose. That seems to be what Paul's thinking. Just making sure we collect all that currency, because maybe it'll be useful sometime later. No cars coming when we walk on the street. That's probably good. And we're outside.
Sorry for not talking very much. I'm a little bewildered, if you want to know the truth. This is a little more than I was expecting to see.
Notice that's, it kind of looks like one of the posts from before with the present on top. Michael Hammond, 1988 to 1995. 7 years. 7 years old. And as Paul puts it,
that's a dead kid. Yep.
And like people meme on this moment, but like we have gone from the silly little Pokemon-ish game with Paper Mario aesthetics to the gravestone of a 7-year-old child. Best line, it is. He said the thing.
Yep. Okay. Wait.
She seems to be either attached to the flower is like close to her, or it's growing out of her head. But we never see her before Paul starts. God, the fucking little creature looks so. Ugh. We never see her before Paul starts plucking her petals, which I think is interesting. Before this, was she okay? I love the little. Looks like there's colored pencils up on the shelf there, like those like Crayola ones with the yellow and green box. Just interesting little detail I thought I'd mention.
Okay.
That doesn't look good.
Wait. I don't know. So when I first came down here, I thought I was just gonna see, like, one room. Like something, but not this.
Yeah.
Can I go in here?
This is like a whole
can.
other game. Perhaps even the real game, I would say. Cause it's a lot bigger. So I don't know if you could see that. I'll take a little screenshot. I'll show you guys because I think it's kind of important and interesting. So this is what's in the little window, and it's animated. So what's happening is that this little green thing is keeps on connecting and disconnecting with the red thing on the right, over and over again. So something about connection, I think. I don't know if you could see it on the screen, if you could see the animation, but it is connecting and disconnecting like a puzzle piece almost. And these weird drawings of an enigmatic object, we don't really... Maybe it's like one of the pieces of currency we could probably guess right now. But it seems very prominent, and I don't think we have collected anything that's that shape. But perhaps it's this. Oh, it's the same shape, except this is red. Ask.
What?
Again, reminder, this is supposed to be a PlayStation game. So... And Paul is scoffing because, of course, it can't answer a question. It's a PlayStation game. There's no, like, AI that could actually, so you're probably supposed to input something very specific. Obviously, it's a PlayStation game, you know.
Uh,
But it did respond to what we're doing, and it wants us to watch the windmill. And we get that
oh.
same spooky sting. So maybe this was a horror game all along.
Alright, so it's been like 2 minutes, and when those sounds were playing, there was nothing happening as far as I could tell, and nothing has happened since. So, I'm just gonna keep going. There's already been stuff that I could dig a little deeper into, and I'm gonna do that, and keep you updated. But also, when you come home next month, and hopefully you're feeling a little more enthusiastic about that now.
Again, it seems very obvious that Paul is making these videos for a specific person, not for an audience. This is only the second
We can
video.
investigate this together.
So he's looking forward to
And
somebody, maybe a friend.
Can't find here.
Maybe a friend or a family member. He's waiting to come home and talk to you about this game. Quitter's Room.
Oh.
So it's a mirror of us, but also this little character might look familiar. It's the same character. So this character has been with us for a little while, perhaps watching us. Or that's how we're supposed to feel anyway. How's that possible? It seemed to be mirroring us, but then it's almost like it's slowed down.
Wait a second. What was that just now?
Doing independent movement, almost like
to happen again. Wait. Hey, sorry, I had to look at that for a moment. In the video. I was a little nervous. The tones, I think this is the same tones, that you might have heard in the beginning. I'm gonna put in the beginning the part where the door opened. And also the way the guy on the other side was moving for a moment. I'm gonna ask for your comment later on that. So I was looking around here. So this is backwards. It says, do you remember being born? And this just says Quitter's Room. So interestingly, I'm on the reverse side here. Yeah, okay, so moving on.
seems like Paul is a bit of a theorizer himself, doesn't it?
And I'm back up here again. This again. Well, okay, I'm not gonna do that right now. Alright, so I'm gonna stop this now, actually.
So, couple things I want. Ooh, hello. Couple things Hold on. Okay, sorry. I was scrolled down and I got like, wait, where's my audio? Little beepy thing. I was scrolled down to my audio mixer. Whoops. um, but I think it's interesting. I think it's interesting that oh, hold on. I just lost my thingy. Did not mean to do that. Anyway, I think it's interesting that we are we feel this urge to solve a puzzle, but what's actually happening is we are watching a video we're watching a video um of somebody trying to solve a puzzle. And I think that is actually a little more interesting. And I think I want everybody to keep that in mind, that again, this isn't real, but we are watching someone formulate theories and try to solve a puzzle. And what happened in the early days, and even a little bit in the later days of this series coming out, is that people were trying to solve a puzzle. And spoiler alert, the direction of this series kind of shifts a little bit. But certain people, certain individuals still clung to the idea of trying to solve a puzzle. And that's one of the things that I think where people went a little bit wrong in this. On to the next video.
Alright, so now we're gonna look at what's over here, which I forgot about this. So I'll look at this now.
Good grief and alas.
Interesting.
Yeah. I'm only getting Petscop stuff now because it's such a this is from a book because we can't find it anymore, but at the time if you had searched Good Grief and Alas, you might have found it's associated with Daisy Head Maisie, someone with a daisy growing out of their head that is worried that nobody loves me. Which is interesting because we saw a picture earlier of that girl with the initials NLM. Nobody loves me. I think that's a pretty. So, like, obviously, at this stage, yes, there's mysteries. We're trying to make connections. It seems like this series is encouraging us to do that. Yeah, related to the
What's that?
loves me not flower from before, exactly.
Do I,
Like a dummy waiter or something.
think I have to put something there.
It would seem so.
What?
This might look a little bit familiar.
Um. Oh.
We're constructing a
Okay.
face. It's like a
What?
very...
Okay.
So if that might look familiar...
This is just flat out a full game that I'm playing now.
Yeah, I think Paul's right. This is the real game.
What am I supposed to do? Can I just walk out? I don't think I was supposed to do that. Yeah. Yeah, I reset it. Okay, try that again.
So many different combinations. I think that's interesting.
So do I just wait? I think that's what I'm supposed to do. Or I have to put something in there. Yeah, it turned out I just had to wait, but I had to wait a while. So this is cleared out, I guess. So what's in here?
Bedroom with a boy on a bed, 2 toys.
Huh.
Interesting. And his face is displayed on a wall. There seems to be an area back there that the player cannot get to. Or it doesn't follow, the camera doesn't follow him.
Okay. Well, alright.
But those faces definitely look like the face that was on the grave and
Let's try
on
another one, I
the
guess.
little
So
weird
I just did it again.
shack.
I put in another one of these, and I just let it go, and the room rumbles for a while, but then it just stops, kind of abruptly.
I wonder what would happen if you put in the faces that we found earlier.
Now. Yeah.
Different character. So it seems like every little Pez dispenser Rubik's Cube. But it seems as if every combination leads to the different room.
Yeah, so it seems like I put in
of
one
a
of these
child.
faces, and it gives me a room with a... I guess that's a kid sitting on the bed and like a different pattern on the floor and the walls and the...
I'm gonna see if I can tweak my brightness. Mm, Yeah, I'll up the saturation so it doesn't look too washed out. Let me make this so. Let me see if I can up the brightness so that it doesn't fucking look like crap. This seems to be going in the opposite direction. I think gamma might be the way to go. Yeah. It's also, I'm using my tablet, so like, I don't want to keep it on the whole time because then I feel like I feel like then but I just want to confirm that on most screens, yeah, because my tablet screen is kind of dark. So on most screens, you should be able to see it okay. I feel like I feel like that's fine. Because I know that Streamlabs kind of fucks some stuff up a little bit, but I feel like that adds a little bit of brightness without sacrificing the vision. We've seen at least one specific face. It was over the barn. We also saw one on the grave. How people went about theorizing about Petscop kind of reminds me of the phrase, it's about the journey, not the destination, if that makes sense. Exactly. All right. I also want to say, um, if you haven't liked the stream, go and like it, please and thank you. It really helps me out. Um, and if you're not subscribed, please subscribe. All right, let's get back to the video.
Thing here. So, it seems like there are many combinations of these faces. So, if I were to guess, these rooms are, because there's not much variation between these rooms, they're probably generated in some way. So I'll try a few more. Every time I put in one of these, I have to wait for like 10 minutes. So I'm not gonna try too many of them. Yeah. Here's another one.
Odd to have a Game Boy in a PSX game, I think.
And here's another. Yeah. So anything look familiar here? Yeah. Yeah, so probably we're supposed to try these out, put in these faces and see what we get. So start with this one.
Mike is not inside right now. He is dead. You may visit his room.
So this is the room corresponding to the face on the gravestone.
No boy or girl or child in the room. But we do have that same mini version of that object we found earlier, and what could be either a tuning fork or more likely tweezers. And that'll be interesting later.
Not sure what that is on the right. Alright, gonna try the other one now, I guess. Nothing to see here. The bed's empty.
Care is missing. So it seems that that girl is Care. You may visit her room.
Here's the other room.
So she also has one of those strange objects and the same crayon colored pencil things we saw earlier in that little shed. But there's also a note. Your wife says Care isn't growing eyebrows. You say, that's a puzzle. In green text. You're secretly very excited to hear this news. You're in the bathtub thinking about her. I have a guess at which child you'll pick next. When you find her room, the passage to my right will lead to her. She'll appear from the darkness, limping, and I'll shoot her in the head.
What am I reading?
Something's very wrong. Talking about children in such a way. Tiara says young people can be psychologically damaged beyond rebirthing. Remember that thing about being born? Also, how Care looked so messed up that she was glitching out and her face was red. We couldn't collect her like we could collect the pets. But she does seem to have the same art style as the pets. A young person walks into your school building. They walk in with you. You're holding their hands. They come out crying into their hands because nobody will love them, not ever again. Nobody loves me. They wander the Newmaker Plain.
I'm not sure what to say about that. But
so someone in this universe is doing something awful to children. Something very insidious, something dark, something twisted. This game is about someone that is abusing a child. I think that's pretty evident. That's like the overarching themes of the game is that somebody is hurting children. And they're getting away with it, it seems. This has gone from a Pokemon-like game to something that is talking very frankly about child abuse. And we can't tell if the person who made this game, whose side they are on. Because they also say that they're going to shoot a child in the head. Yeah, the patterns on Care's carpet are daisies and paint rollers, which is interesting. Also, Care doesn't have eyebrows. And remember that Mike had tweezers in his room, which is interesting. Sounds like a teacher or a counselor. Interesting observation, Fiona. Very interesting observation.
I'm wondering now. Because the note, remember the note that came with this game? It said, for you. It was for you. And this note is referring to the player. It's saying you. And I was already thinking this, but it seems like it's possible. This game was made for, well, this part of the game was made for somebody to see. Like, or at least at some point, it was, I don't know. It just seems like it was intended for somebody. Not me, certainly. Okay. We're still not done, because we still have whatever's over here. Or not. Okay. So, okay, I'll just end this here then.
So, this game is definitely mysterious, and Paul wants to uncover its many mysteries. And I forgot to do this. No description for this video, and in the last video, this is Petscop 2. No description for this video either. Oh. Let me consolidate my tabs. Yes. I think at this point you could describe Petscop as a piece of unfiction. That is, it's presented to us as if it's a documentary, but it is in fact a work of fiction. Or an ARG, but we don't know yet. I will say there was no gameplay elements for the audience to solve. It was just unfiction. It wasn't an ARG. There was no thing for us to interact with. That actually became a problem when Matt Pat got on the scene. People were emailing and calling phone numbers they shouldn't, thinking it was part of the game. It's not a game. It's just unfiction. No description. Up the stairs we go. Back into this plane. Maybe this is the
So if you remember what I was trying to explain yesterday and failed to explain, I'm just gonna demonstrate that to you now.
So it seems Paul is talking to somebody between the videos.
There you go. So I found this yesterday. And the way I understand this is, so we're upstairs right now. You just saw me walk up some stairs. So if you were to imagine what would be exactly below where I'm standing right now, and I worked it out, it's roughly the area where you have the big screen with the windmill. And so I think, so this I think is a camera, and if I walk in this direction, this is roughly where the windmill would be. Why there isn't actually a windmill here, I don't know. it looks sort of like a placeholder for it. But yeah, I think my understanding is correct. It's just, I'm missing something. Okay, that's it.
Yeah, that one was a short one. So the windmill is both there, it isn't there. It's there when you look at it on screen, but it isn't there when you go to interact with it for real. And I think that's what is that saying? I think that's a question we often we often ask, how can that be? How is this possible? I don't think that's the question. I think that's the wrong question. I think the question that we should be asking when we see this is not, how is this possible? Because this is a work of fiction. Anything is possible. What we should be asking is, what is this saying? What does it mean? What is it trying to tell us? The camera looks like a model they used to represent the camera for a 3D animated movie or video game.
Just asking as many questions as I could think of. Mostly like short 3-word things. And most of the questions that I asked just produced no answer. Or the default answer, which is, I don't know. Most of them just gave me that, except for 4 of them. And I'm going to go through each of those 4 now. The first of the 4 was, who is Tiara? And capitalization does not make a difference. But who is Tiara? I also tried, who is Care? Who is Mike? Who is Michael? And I tried other forms too, like just Care, just Mike, just Michael. This is the only one that gave me anything.
Petscop kid, very smart.
Next one that I tried, I think. Yeah.
Who am I? New maker. So it seems the avatar, is New Maker.
Next, I asked, where am I?
Under the New Maker plane. So that grassy area that we've been on is the New Maker plane.
Who are you?
Oh.
I don't know why that just happened.
It's pink now. And so is the text box input.
Yeah, so I was saying... who are you, yeah. I don't know why that just changed color out of nowhere. I think it broke. Yeah, I don't think that even just registered at all. Or, okay. So that's not what it said before when I put in that question. Did not look anything like that.
New font.
It's
Interesting.
interesting. Okay. What do I ask now?
What level of audience interaction is needed to be an ARG? I remember that Shorts War was called one, but there wasn't much interaction that affected or progressed the story until the end of it. I think it's, I think any level of interaction with the fans that affect it intentionally, like that's what it was set out to do all along. Like there's puzzles to solve, and if you solve it, it'll advance the story. I think that's an ARG. Petscop was not that.
Why?
All right, Fiona, no spoilers,
Why
okay?
turn off? I'll try just why. Okay. Oh boy.
We're waiting almost like, because remember when it was red, it answered right away. But
Yeah,
it's almost like this pink one. When it's pink, it has to write it out manually. Just like Paul does. Marvin picks
what the
up
fuck?
tool, hurts me when PlayStation on. So someone's getting hurt, which is a
This
theme we
fucking
should be
game.
familiar with, because that was what was happening. We were talking about earlier.
This game. Okay. All right. What do I have to ask now? Well,
Now it's red
and
again.
switch back again. I think it just. Okay. Um. I don't. So if I put in, what was it? If I put in who are you again, is that gonna? Let me see what happens when I put that in again.
Tool.
Yeah, so that's what it said originally when I put it
So
in.
this object is tool.
Oh, well, okay,
And the
that's
pink one said
bizarre.
it picked up tool and hurt the
Um,
person in pink.
so I guess I'm gonna wait for that to happen again. But I guess I'm gonna end the video now, though. Uh,
This is a question that was asked earlier in reverse on a sign upstairs, remember? I'm not Tiara. Well, creepiest moment so far. Yeah, it's definitely creepy. Kids are getting hurt, and Paul is being drawn into this game. He's playing it for hours. He's obsessed with it. Something's going on. Oh, yes. The following of the questions where the response was, I don't know. Care, Mike, Michael, who is Care, who's Care, who's Mike, who is Mike, who is Michael, Tiara, who is Tiara, who are you, where am I, what is NLM, NLM, Newmaker plane, who is Newmaker, Newmaker, what is Petscop, Petscop, how to see windmill, 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 what is this, BA, 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 B. Exclamation mark, question mark, question mark, question mark. Who is Marvin? We asked this one after the video ended. Who's Marvin? Same as above. Marvin, same as above. The following are the questions with real responses so far. Who is Tiara? Answer. Petscop kid, very smart. Who am I? Where am I? Is under the Newmaker plane. Who am I? Newmaker. Who are you? Tool. Remember being born. The full question, do you remember being born, didn't fit. Answer, I'm not Tiara. When the color changed, we were able to ask 2 questions. Who are you? Answer, turn off PlayStation. Why? Answer, Marvin picks up Tool hurting you when PlayStation on. Saying we. Now, sometimes on YouTube, we will say we because it allows the audience to be involved. Because it makes you feel like you're a part of this. That is a bit of a trick on our ends, playing into that parasocial dynamic. It just helps us connect a little bit more if we talk about you folks as an audience as if you're doing things with us. Just a little trick. But we know that Paul isn't trying to reach an audience. He's specifically making these videos for one person. So that's something that I think is interesting. All right. Next one. Zawindmiller. Don Quixote moments. Oh. Thank you so much for the super chat page. Why did it not show? Hello? I got the YouTube alerts. Huh. I got the sound, but not the animation. That's odd. I wasn't aware of Petscop when it was active, but I just think it's so cool seeing so many independently created projects made with such love to such acclaim. Yes. I started watching, I think Petscop 5. That was all there is when I started watching. Yes, I think it's very obvious. Okay. I'm talking about in-universe. In-universe, Paul is making these videos for one person. Obviously, this is unfiction. It is not actually made for one person. It is made for us to watch. But in-universe, Paul is only making this for one person. Alright, let's go. Two hours and 39 minutes later, he did keep watching the windmill. Hello, there's a little guy there in black. He's all shadowy. Goes into the windmill. Or behind it, maybe. And then it starts spinning in the other direction. Something that windmills don't really do. Windmills are kind of made to only spin in one direction. And here comes the guy. He's getting closer. And closer. And it kind of looks like Newmaker, but the head shape is a little different. Doesn't it? He knows he's being watched. Or she knows she's being watched. Investigating the camera. Moving the camera, setting it up somewhere else. Looks like a disc or maybe an eye. And he's able to manipulate the world. Where is my house? Almost like he's playing like a Minecraft game. And he can build things in it. And he has like a creative mode turned on. So a greenhouse. Where is it? We saw that in a picture. Oh, and you drop some tools. Yeah, but it seems like he has some sort of creative control over the game. Where is the school? Oh, that's a pet. Brick building. We saw a picture of that too. I will follow. One hour and 24 minutes later. And the windmill is gone, just like it is when we're up there ourselves. Leaving only a weird, strange plane floating in its place.
That's kind of fun, actually. Going through a 4-hour video and noticing that on one half of the video, the windmill's going one direction, and in the other half, it's going in the other direction. And pinpointing where the change occurred, and the fuck is this?
He's using his noodle. I think that happened while he was looking at the windmill on the screen. So we can hear the sound from before. There's the camera, but it's red now.
Well, that's red now. Oh, yeah, I was gonna mention this actually in another video. I've come up here before and seen it. I've seen the camera at this height before. I don't know what causes it to happen, but sometimes I just come up here and it's at this height. It makes sense in this case, I think, because the character was like right up at the camera here. And it seemed to be like at this level. Well, this is still here. Oh my god.
And you can still catch pets. We have kind of forgotten about that part of the game, haven't we?
God. Nothing else. Okay. Let's look at what we got.
Still the same UI for the pause menu. Toneth. Enter a description here. Some placeholder stuff. A bird. I think I forgot what birds look like. Funny, stupid blob monster, says Mike. That's what it is. Mike, the kid that died. Painter. Painting puzzle. So it looks like it's notes. Catch Randus first? Question mark. So it looks like it's game dev notes. Has broken leg for some reason. I already hung him on a wall. Too late to take it back. It makes me think about the dog, actually. Because when the car hit him, I thought at least it would be over soon. He survived it, and I was the only one who still wanted to put him down. A dog is an innocent, and who knows what the rest of it says.
I was the only one who still wanted to put him down.
New message on the pause menu. Have you found anything weird lately? There's a lot to find in this place. And then the dog spikes his tail. It appears happy, but it's not real. It gets that's toneth then. Toneth. But end. It's yucky outside.
What have I just walked into? Oh, that's it.
Dev using the notes to trauma dump.
Yeah, okay. That's...
Those look familiar.
Okay, so I actually... This is new to me. I haven't seen this.
Looks like he hasn't been invested, because he probably kind of assumed that this was not part of the game before.
But I think actually that was before I even put in the code. So I just discovered this just now. But you know what? I think actually this... I think I know what this is. This is our ABNLM. You know, you recognize the shape of this one. And then you have... So I don't know what this is here, though. Yeah, so I didn't imagine you could catch this. I mean...
It's been noted that the last part of the description sounds like a child wrote it.
Nothing happened.
Maybe.
Discovering a lot of interesting things. Oh, whoops. I meant to talk about this, because this doesn't do anything, right? This menu option, nothing happens. I'm guessing at some point you could name your pets. Right? And this was like suggestions or something. Yeah. Yeah, it's just, showing that that doesn't do anything. Alright.
Windmill still is not there.
Alright.
It's funny how these games creepypastas are always, I walked right for 4 hours, or I sat and waited for something scary to happen instead of just turning the game off and doing something else. You'll never go home. We already know that Paul's trying to get to the bottom of a mystery, you know? Where is... Because honestly, that's what we do. We're watching this thing trying to get to the bottom of a mystery. People will play games for hours trying to unravel it. Not everybody, but you know, you can't go back in time.
This game is trying very hard to make it seem like there's an entity in it. Like a ghost or an AI trying to communicate with me. It's interesting, but you know, the way you know that there's a ghost in a game trying to communicate with you is if it comes out, if it stops being distant, and it comes out and you can have a, you know, a real-time back and forth with it.
Keep that in mind. Keep what he just said in
And it
mind.
stops being so one way. Like I leave my PlayStation and it comes out and does this whole pre-recorded thing. And well, the closest thing that's happened to that is last video. You know, it actually answers my questions, but you know, it only responded to 2 of my questions, and the first question I asked, I didn't even answer that question. So, no obvious interactivity happening. You know, and it answered the second question, but that could have been a coincidence. Yeah.
The entity line broke
So,
theory watchers' brains. Yep.
But, you know, I'm looking forward to what I might see next. It's very interesting, this game, because you can walk around and something will just happen, you know? Because I created a new file, and I tried to be scientific about it. I went and did all the same things.
So he's doing what we would do as the audience, or I wouldn't say we because I do not claim them, but what somebody like a game theorist would do. They'd experiment, they'd be scientific, they'd try to recreate the situation again.
Things that I did this time, and the same things did not happen. None of the things happened. None of the oddities occurred. Like the thing in the mirror room, for example. So there's a bit of randomness in it, and it's interesting how it doesn't seem to really care if you see everything, I guess. Yeah, so it's interesting.
That's it. So we're breaking the fourth wall a little bit. Paul knows that this is, or I should say Tony knows, the critter, is that people are going to analyze this series. And that's what he's trying to do. That's what Paul, the character, is trying to do, is he's trying to investigate, he's trying to rationalize, he wants to figure this out. And so he crawls deeper into the belly of the beast. Back at the quitter's room. No description for this video. And I don't think, let me just double check. No description for the last video either. Okay, just making sure. Looks like he's trying to desync Quitter, or whatever her name is again. Flipping through some papers. This guy is trying to figure some shit out. No audio, though. I think he's trying to write something down. Maybe he's trying to figure out the direction of the clock? Oh, what's that? Something's happening. Papers start ruffling. And she's not there anymore. I need more dressing. Sorry for the wet, sloppy dressing sound. It's like they're playing an instrument. Oh,
hi there.
Damn it. Crawls deeper into the belly of the beast. Reset days since aforementioned counter. Get out of here.
Set.
Do you think she was the one playing the instrument?
Yeah.
Sitting in her room. It's a very human thing to do, isn't it? To sit alone in your room, noodling on an instrument. That's the impression I got.
Subways. Okay.
Come here. I love you, new maker. Please show Marvin where his house is. So this character that's being hurt is fawning to us.
So we might know who Marvin is now.
Marvin seems to be the character that was talking to us earlier.
Because it could turn red again. So I'm going to ask, who are you? Which I feel like we know at this point, but good to confirm.
Go there and he'll follow you. His daughter is there. Refusing to answer the question.
He's talking about the house again. It's interesting, but it is not an answer to my question. Not at all. So, what do you think that means? Okay, I should... So, yeah, so now I'm going to ask the other question, do you remember being born? Oh yeah, it's just, remember being born, because the whole thing does not fit.
Also wants 1,000 pieces for machine beyond school basement stairway. Refusing to answer the question again, unlike the red one.
Machine beyond school basement stairway.
Yeah, is he refusing the question because he doesn't want to answer, or just really wants Paul to go show Marvin the house?
Also not an answer to my question. Yeah, and well.
And remember, the pink text is being hurt by Marvin.
Well, there you go.
Child library accepts people.
Library accepts people.
So there's a distinction between people and pets here.
I wouldn't have tried that. I guess these are people, right? There's my work.
So we need to find and capture
Yeah.
those people.
So if I walk over here, what happens? Yeah, it's just normal.
Penn is an aspiring mathematician. Hold on, let's
Yeah, it's just normal.
Penn is an aspiring mathematician. She's entirely deaf. She doesn't even know what sound is, let alone music. Let alone we caught her with a music puzzle, which is interesting. I don't know what she's doing here. Alluding to being found in the music room, I think.
Okay, so that's another thing. Anything out of the ordinary here? What's on the floor? Looks like a gift box, and stars, and something else. And anything down here? As usual, no. So this, if you're wondering what I'm doing here, this is Mike's face, but without the eyebrows. And why am I doing that? Well, because eyebrows seem to be important.
Again,
that's really it.
I think the thing on the floor is a road.
Actually,
it looks like
it's just one regular room, right?
Like a road to me. Like with the black path and the two lines on it.
I don't know. Guess that's it. Alright, I have one more thing to try, though. This one is Care with Eyebrows.
Now this video I think was made after the theorists got a hold of Petscop. And something, I'm not pausing, something on the table, the thing that's censored, seems to be disturbing Paul a great deal.
So this is Care with Eyebrows. I put Mike's eyebrows on her. I could have put other eyebrows on her, but I didn't. I put Mike's on her.
Something's bothering him.
I can't tell. I can't tell if it recognized it or not. Because everything looks like any other room. Except it puts this here. Except it puts this. I don't know, maybe that's just something that it puts in any room.
We've had to cover something with a black box. Right now, we can't say why. Some other things we're expecting to censor in the future, a big present with a sticker on it, something on a wall in a black house, written on a chalkboard. So somebody else is editing these videos. No description. Yeah, who is we? That's a good question. So, we're going to take a very quick break, and then we are going to talk about what's under the censor bar. So I'll be right back. Everybody go grab some drinks, grab a snack, settle in and get more comfortable. This break will be about 10 minutes. We'll be back at, we'll be back in about 10 minutes. So that'll be 4:55, let's say. 4:55 Eastern Standard Time. So you've got a little bit of time. Go grab some stuff and get settle in. We are about halfway through, I think. Yeah, well, no, not even halfway through. There's 24 episodes. So we're about a third of the way through. So everybody go grab some refreshments and we'll be back soon. Hello, hello. I'm back. Hope everybody's settled. Everybody's got some snackage. I finished putting my groceries away. I put the perishables away as soon as I got home, but I was cutting it a little close, so I only just put away like the shelf-stable stuff now. Alright. I think it's time to get back to Petscop. Now, before I left, I said that I wanted to talk about what was under the censor bar. And a few of you are not going to like this answer. It doesn't matter what's under the censor bar. It could be literally anything. What matters is how Paul reacted to it. Now, I believe at the end of the series, it reveals everything that was underneath the censor bars. But even if he didn't, let's suppose in a world where he didn't reveal what was underneath them, there is nothing under the censor bar. This is not a 3D space. This is not a video game. This is an image. It's a representation. It's a simulacrum of a video game being shown to us on YouTube. And there is nothing there. It is just pixels on a screen. What is real is how we feel about it. And how it makes us feel as an audience. That's real. And the message being conveyed in this video is there's something underneath that censor bar that disturbed Paul so much that it shook him into silence and stammering. Whatever's under that censor bar bothered Paul. And that is what's important about this video. It's communicating that something in this game is very personal to him. That this just isn't something that he stumbled across. That whatever saga of pain and childhood trauma and torment and abuse and sick sadistic pleasure that is involved in this game involves Paul in some way. And it doesn't matter what it is that connects him to it, but Paul knows, and from his reaction, we now know that he is connected, that he is a part of it. Exactly, Ryu. What matters is that it's personal enough to be censored and to cause Paul to question how this game knows about him. Exactly. So, green eggs and ham was under the censor bar. Yeah, this is not a black square. This is not a purple room. This is not the New Maker. They're all just images and symbols and simulacra of these things that we've become so wrapped up into that we start to believe that it's real. We start to believe that there must be something under that censor bar that could unravel everything and solve all of the questions that we have. And it's being withheld from us. But it's not, because there isn't anything under there, because the only way something would be under there is if it was real, and it's not real. There's nothing there. You can't reach out into the screen and peel off that censor bar because it's a video. It's a piece of art. So think about, rather than what's under it, what possible clue could be there that would make all of this fit together the way it seems to be for Paul. It doesn't matter, because we're not there solving a mystery with Paul. We're watching a piece of art about Paul trying to solve a mystery and getting drawn deeper into it to the point that he is now personally involved. And seven episodes in, I think I've made my point clear about how I want to analyze Petscop. That it's pointless to try and theorize about what's under that censor bar. Because we will find out, and it doesn't matter. It's very climactic. And I think that this was deliberately hidden from us because people like MatPat, Game Theory, and other YouTubers were getting involved and trying to fit together the puzzle. And this was Tony saying, nope, you don't get this piece. What the piece is doesn't matter. It's how the piece makes us, the audience, and Paul, the character, feel. And how that establishes a connection between us. You get just what you need for the story. Exactly. You don't always get an answer. And you don't always need... Here's the thing. In Five Nights at Freddy's, it doesn't fucking matter what year the game takes place. It doesn't matter. But that's the thing that I see theorists circling around. It doesn't matter if it took place in 1998 or 1993 or 1991. It doesn't matter. It matters what's being communicated, and the message and the story being made. Soup. If that's true, it's also interesting how engaging with art can fundamentally change if it's still in the process of being made. Yes. There's something to be said about deeply analyzing something on a logical puzzle solving level. And that works really well if that's what the thing is asking you to do. Solve me like a puzzle. Here are numbers. Here are problems. Here are equations. And it's very good to analyze it like that. But when it comes to art, you have to change how you analyze something. And like, again, not to bring up Five Nights at Freddy's, it's like, what matters more? That the game took place in 1993, 97, 89? Or does it matter that, a man who lost his child is now taking that pain out on others? You know? Or was he always predatory and abusive and unfeeling and to begin with? Is that what ended up getting his kids in trouble, at the very start? I think those are much more interesting questions about FNAF. And again, when we come back to this room, I think it doesn't matter what's under that little censor bar. What matters is what it means to Paul. And it could be anything under there and still have that same meaning to Paul. And this reading that it is absolutely inspired by Nightmare Masterclass. I saw him making a video on it. He said a lot of things that really resonated with me. And I was like, but he didn't really go on to analyze Petscop with that lens after the fact. So you could say that this video is wanting to take that lens and that commentary he made in his latest Petscop video, which was, just was released this week, I think, and actually look at Petscop with that in mind. And doing that as a sort of training exercise on how we look at games and look at art and mysterious, enigmatic pieces of fiction, and if we should be going about it a bit differently than how we tend to on YouTube. All right, okay, we ended this episode. I just brought it back so we could talk about the censor bar. Let's go. Petscop 8. We see Paul is experimenting with the game. He's investigating it still. Cars don't come down the road when I'm standing on it. A gameplay mechanic probably to avoid the character getting hit by a car.
What? What?
That looks like Marvin. You see the way he has a curl on the side of his head? Now, no. Now, if Paul... Oh, sorry about that, guys. Now, if Paul's sprite was enigmatic and mysterious and confusing, I think Marvin's sprite is even more so. It's just this green blur. Like, it's kind of like when you have, like, a misaligned texture. You know? Like you assigned a texture to the wrong thing, so it gets all warped and you can't really tell what it is. He also runs slightly faster than Paul. Yeah, that's interesting. Almost like he's a little bit further ahead in the game and has more power-ups.
Marvin,
almost.
right?
Wants to get to his house. His house.
Marvin. I think you're confused, Marvin. Don't think you know. I don't think you get what you're doing. What? Excuse me?
That was odd. It was like he was blindly inputting something, and then he disappeared.
He went up. Will I find him if I go up?
Do you ever play I'm sure they do this in other games, but in some racing games, Diddy Kong Racing is one that you can race a ghost of previous players, and it'll record their input, and then when you start the race, when you're racing against the ghost, a second image will appear racing alongside of you, and you gotta beat that ghost. Now, it's almost like that's what happened. And when you're playing Diddy Kong Racing, sometimes you can, like, unlock a door that'll lead to a shortcut. And if in the previous race, the player that created the ghost, if they unlocked an area and, like, scooted in to that door, what it'll look like is that their player character just, like, disappears through the door that you weren't able to open this time that you're playing. And it's almost like that's what happened, in my opinion. That was my impression when I first watched this video, was that it was like a ghost of another player's input. But usually they won't run into the geometry that's there that you weren't able to open. You know what I mean? But Marvin did run into the geometry, but he still disappeared and went upwards, as if he was walking up a set of stairs that we couldn't see. I love how Paul starts talking to Marvin like an actual person, shows how deep he's gotten into the game. Yeah. I think he can recognize that Marvin is another player, but he's not really recognizing, he's not rationalizing right now that that's not possible because this is a PlayStation game. Now I don't know how well you know about how PlayStation 1 games work, but um nothing is written on the disc. So the disc is not rewritable. It's just a regular CD-ROM with Sony's special code to make it so that you can't easily rip it. But it's just a regular CD-ROM. Um, and all you can do is read only. So if you are playing a game and you got to save, it's not written directly on the CD-ROM. It's written on your memory card. Now, supposedly, Paul is not using the same memory card or the same PlayStation that Marvin played the game on, right? Supposedly, he has his own PlayStation and his own memory card and controller. It's different hardware. But somehow, it seems that Marvin, something of him was recorded onto the CD-ROM. Perhaps, I mean, like, it would make the most sense as if this was always on in the game, right? You know, it would make sense if Marvin was always a part of the game and, like, there is no ghost data. It's just it's just made to look like there is. As part of the game, you know, Paul's kind of commented on this before. So why is there a black... Oh, okay, never mind, I see. But yeah, you know, Paul has made these rationalizations before that, like, it's trying really hard to make it seem like there is a ghost or an AI in it. But the way that you know there is a conscious AI or ghost is if it's, like, actually interacting with you and responding to you as if, it doesn't just stay in the game as these pre-recorded things. So we can continue to rationalize it with that. You can easily put a little character in the game that looks like a player character that is, trying to get you to go on a mission. That's not that hard to do. You can make any NPC look like a player character. But there is something a little bit different about these New Maker style player characters, I think. Like, the Quitter Room girl before and Marvin, they feel a little different, don't they? Now, you could make NPCs that act like that, maybe. We're kind of on that fraying edge between believable and rational and something else going on under the surface. And I think within the next couple episodes, we're going to see how that plays out. Paul, you can tell it's not a ghost or AI because that would require direct communication. Petscop, and I took that personally. Pringles came out with these new flavors. I picked some up at the store. This one's called Street Taco. I'm very excited. It fucks severely. Very peppery. Very salty, though. Okay, back to investigating that wall that Marvin kind of glitched around in.
Yeah, well, the thing is, it's not here now. There's not even a passageway or anything. Can you remember when you saw this?
It seems to be talking to somebody. We can't hear their voice, so perhaps on the phone.
Well, it could have changed between then and 2004.
Mm-hmm.
After 2004, my mom had it reportedly.
Mm-hmm. So it looks like this game was owned by the family. The person he's talking to now, perhaps the one that he wanted to visit, has played it before too. It's me. So there's some connection between Paul and his family with this game. Oh boy. This one is a long one. Petscop 9, I think, is the longest episode. Yeah. So Petscop 9 is an hour and a half long. So buckle in, boys and girls and non-binary pals, because we're going to be here for a while. I'll try not to interrupt it too much. Saito, what makes them feel off is that they have very human movements, the kind you'd only get from a player who's able to walk around freely. Mm-hmm. They don't act like they're on a pre-written path. Yeah. Let's go. This one's a lot. No description. Let's go. No audio right now. Demo. Now, hold on a second. Now, it's interesting because it would be very difficult or odd to get up to that area without collecting those items. Just saying. And different... Things seem a little bit different, don't they? Now, this pattern of movements might seem a little bit familiar. Now, do you remember when we went into the shed, found the daisy, Paul plucked a bunch of the petals, stopped, there was 3 left, went downstairs, investigated care, went back up and plucked the rest of the petals, and then something awful happened. This is a reflection of that episode, what we just saw. And now we're back here to remind us of that episode. Went to the bottom of the stairs, and instead of proceeding, I went to my right and became a shadow monster man. We've seen Marvin looking... Excuse me. We've seen Marvin looking like this, too. So this is, like, probably a glitch with the lighting, because this is old graphics, you can't really have ray tracing doesn't really work in this level, like sophisticated tracing. So I was playing a game yesterday. What was I playing? Ah, yes, I was playing Tales of Symphonia, which is like a Gen 6, I believe. Their lighting engine was also kind of poopy. Um, and something I noticed was that I was in this like dark, gloomy cave. Lots of blues and shadowy colors. And after I left a battle, because it's got like a separate encounter screen, like you have like your overworld, and then like you encounter an enemy and you get tossed into a new screen, just like in Final Fantasy or Pokemon. And when I was booted out of the battle, for a brief second, I saw my character fully saturated in the regular colors that I would see above ground, like in the regular daylight. But the game cheated my character being in blues and shadows by adding a filter onto the character to make him look shadowy. And that's what's going on, I think, here, is that Paul goes down the stairs and a filter is applied onto the Newmaker character to make him fade into the darkness. But you can't really do that on a game of this, this sort of game. So what's happening is that a black filter is being applied to the sprite. And what's just happened here is that Paul has found a little glitch where if he goes to the right, he will clip out of the house, but still have that filter applied because he's bypassed the path, which has a trigger that, makes him regular colors again. Isn't that interesting? Now, I don't think a lot of people that don't know much about the technical side of game making would really understand why this happened the way it did. It's like, oh, just a little glitch happened and now he's shadowy. Now I want to ask you something. Does my understanding about lighting techniques in old video games give me a better understanding of what just happened and the implications of what just happened than someone who was like, oh yeah, you walked to the bottom of the stairs and like a glitch happened and now you're black? What I said is technically correct, and I have a very deep understanding of this, more so than I would think a lot of laymen do. Because, I have professional training on game development, and I was around and playing in a lot of games and trying to learn and understand how these work during this generation of video games. But does that give me a better understanding of Petscop as a piece of art? It's interesting, that there is a technical explanation behind it, and I think it shows that Tony understands what he's doing as a creator, but doesn't really give me a better understanding of what's happening in universe. No. No, it doesn't. It doesn't matter whether you go into that deep analysis that I just did of why this happened, how it happened, the history of game design and lighting engines. Me, as somebody with that understanding, and someone being like, oh yeah, a glitch just happened that made the character sprite black. Both of us, but it doesn't matter. We both still have the same understanding of the art. Yeah. And I think that's what can happen, because if you do what I just did for every farting little thing, you're gonna go fucking crazy and you're not gonna actually understand the piece. So I just did that as sort of like an exercise to kind of explain my point. Because that just took, like the last 7 or 8 minutes of me explaining this. And I could have just said, oh, look, a weird little glitch turned the character black. And you would get the same feeling, I think. And I think That's interesting. Let's go. And he just walked into the trigger zone, and he did the glitch again. But all we need to know, all that really matters, is something about this area allows us to change. And it makes us become like Marvin.
It only works when I go...
And isn't that interesting? So we can theorize that Marvin knows the same trick, and he did this before. And that's what we need to know. That this is a trick that we know Marvin must have pulled off to look the same way that we do now. I wonder what else will change.
Doesn't work with that one.
The windmill.
Are you kidding me?
Now that we look like Marvin did, we can see the windmill. Now, I want to ask a question. What is Tool? Because this is the same thing that we saw in the basement, only smaller. We've seen it in various different sizes, various different colors. But what is Tool? And you might be expecting this answer. But it doesn't matter what Tool is. What matters is what Tool does. Marvin picks up Tool hurts me when PlayStation is on. Tool answers questions. And Tool was just used to destroy a girl. Or at least the representation of a girl. And we just got a lot of money from it. Now, Fiona, you say it also makes sense how Marvin would describe the process as turning into a shadow monster man because he's just a kid who doesn't understand game design. I don't think Marvin is a kid. And you'll see why soon. But we know that Tool can be used as a weapon. It can be used to communicate. Tool is exactly what we've been calling it. It's a tool. You can use a tool for a lot of different things. So it doesn't matter what Tool is. It's a tool. That's what it's being used for. And that's what matters, is what the tool is being used to do. Whether that be communicate or cause harm, that's how all tools work, you know? It's interesting how we're kind of imitating the movements of Marvin from before. And I saw somebody point out that we're making progress by imitating Marvin. Come back without the shadow filter on. And the windmill's gone. But that shadow filter is a glitch. Why would that be an intentional part of the game design? It's just a lighting glitch, right? Looks like we're inputting... I believe what we're doing is we're inputting the face that we saw inside the windmill. We found her. You may visit her room. Also, anyone can use a tool. That's a very good point, Fiona. Huh.
Okay.
Tool. The windmill. That was weird. You must have guessed, but I was looking through your things. I found that picture of you from 1977, standing in front of an old windmill with your friend. You went there, and it was a bad idea. Your friend and the windmill both disappeared into thin air. Her sister was holding the camera. She took another picture minutes later. Just you, no windmill, and no friend. You married her sister, and years later, your friend was reborn as your daughter. Your wife won't admit this is true, but I know it, because I found the evidence. Your friend never returned with you, and the windmill was gone. I went to see it myself. Where is it? What did you do? Rainer, Newmaker. And we're in the same position. And I don't know if you noticed that, but Paul did the same movements that the previous player character just did when we entered the room. This is the point that defies all theorizing. What the hell are you fucking talking about? Is kind of where a lot of people might be right now. What do you mean? You can't just make a whole building disappear. But yes, you can. Because this is fiction. This is a work of art. You can do anything. Well, what does it mean? Doesn't matter how the person that this Rainer Newmaker guy, doesn't matter how it happened. What matters is this, is that the person this is addressed to, I think we can assume likely Marvin, hurt somebody and is now enacting that pain on the next generation. And we are following in his footsteps. We don't need to come up with exact metaphors and exact symbols for every little thing. But what we can know is what we feel. Marvin hurt somebody, perhaps even killed them, and went on to have a child who we can only assume he is hurting now. And we are mimicking his actions. And why would we be doing that? Why would Paul, well, I shouldn't say we, Paul is mimicking his actions. And why would he be doing that? Well, it's because he's playing a video game and you need to progress in a video game, right? So regardless of what you need to do to progress in that video game, you're still going to do it. That's how you play a video game. Whether you're playing a game like Stardew Valley, and the way that you progress the video game is by making friends with people in the valley and petting the animals and like gathering food, or you're playing a video game where you have to shoot innocent civilians, kidnap them and like torture them. You still have to do those things to experience the game and to play it. So what does that mean though? What does that mean on a greater scale? Like, what is this progress regardless of what we're doing? What could that mean outside of a game like Petscop? It is a game, so one assumes it does not have an impact outside of the game, even if Paul by now might have some other reason to think otherwise. Yes. Paul is getting the sense that this is all perhaps real, that something very real is involved, but he's already this deep, so he has to continue progressing. Considering the themes of Petscop, of child abuse and trauma and like generational um generational trauma and all of these themes that we have in the game, progress for the sake of progress and going through the motions because, well, you're already doing them, you're following in the footsteps of someone who hurt people, you know, I think those ideas mesh really well together. If you come, you know, we might be getting a little bit deep with this, not deep, but we might be getting a little bit, you know, heavy with this. When you are involved, I think, in a family that has this system of trauma and abuse, you feel compelled to continue following in those footsteps of violence and hurts, and it's just you're doing it anyway. You're this deep, it's easier to just perpetuate it to get through, I think, is part of what Petscop is trying to evoke. Also, am I crazy? I thought this was longer. Petscop 9. Hold on, what? An hour and 30 minutes. This is Petscop 9. Why is this saying 15 minutes here? Huh? Petscop 9. Huh? How is it an hour and 30 minutes in here? What? What? Huh? Petscop 9. 1 hour and 30 minutes. Petscop 9. Huh? Huh? How? That's weird. YouTube messes up all the links of the Petscop videos. Okay. Alright, so we're not going to be here for 2 fucking hours. Wonder if it's intentional. Money. So we've been collecting this money, or this currency. These pieces, as Marvin calls them. We only have one other name right now, and that's Tiara. So I think it's not out of the realm to assume that Tiara is the person writing in pink. So Tiara calls these pieces. We don't really know what they're for or what we're supposed to spend them on. But we just killed something and got a bunch of them, like a lot of them. And Marvin wants them for something. So, yeah, the specific piece is very reminiscent of the girl that we just killed. With the triangle body and the round head. Here we go. More pieces. So an area that Paul hasn't been to. Um, a birthday party, it looks like, with a cake. One piece is over there. Gotta collect those pieces. A green key. Maybe for the greenhouse. Why don't you open our other present there, Paul?
What the fuck?
So here's another moment that's censored. And again, I think it's because theorists, he didn't want to give theorists too much to cling on to, because again, it doesn't matter. You're not really supposed to look at Petscop the way that theorists were at the time looking at it. But we know that whatever is in there upsets Paul.
Okay, so there's a bit of weirdness with the camera here.
But he's still playing. And experimenting. And trying to find the answers to his questions. Okay. Either it's a metaphor for something you can only get from the bodies of the dead, but made a metaphor. Given a lot was gained by killing a kid, either is good. I think you're being a little bit too... I think you're being a little too... You're getting into the weeds a little bit with that one. I don't think it... Like, metaphors and symbols don't always symbolize a specific object. Like, let me think of an example. Like, in Steven Universe, like, people used to theorize that fusion was a metaphor for sex, and it's not. It's just it's just a symbol of a relationship. It doesn't represent an actual tangible thing. And in here, the pieces don't represent an actual tangible thing. It's like, oh yeah, these are bones. You know, that not quite, but sometimes when we hurt someone, something is gained selfishly. And I think that it's interesting that it's being represented as a form of currency, of value, but I don't think this is about, like, taking children's body parts and delivering them to a weird guy in a, you know. So don't get it too muddied when we're talking about metaphors. A metaphor or a symbol doesn't always directly represent something tangible, you know, or something that you can name. Sometimes it represents a feeling. The pieces are a thing that is used as a reward to encourage the player to do things. Exactly. We are rewarded for killing or destroying that girl, or the symbol of the girl. We are rewarded for moving around. Another thing that the currency shows us is that, hey, we're in an area that Paul hasn't been before, because Paul always scoops up all the currency he comes across. So we're within a room with with a bunch of currency laying around. We know that Paul hasn't played this part of the game yet, and it's new for him. I don't think we need to read much deeper than that. We see what the censored items are, if I recall correctly. We do. But I still think that it doesn't matter what the censored items are, because when we do find them, well, I mean, when I saw them at the end of the series, the first time, and the second time, the third time that I watched it, because I did watch it a few times, I was like, well, that's anticlimactic. And yeah, it is, because it doesn't matter what's under the censored items. It's how they made us feel in the moment taken out of their context and just presented in a plane like they are at the end of the series, it doesn't matter. Because the items don't matter. That's why they were shown. Because, like, yeah, they can show it to us and it will literally not change anything about our experience with this series. Because the feelings we had were not about the items that were under the censor bar. They were about the context and the way Paul reacted to them. Alright, let's keep watching. Yeah, the climax was the freak out. It was how Paul felt. That's what matters. That was what was relevant to. Another present. In we go, I guess. It's interesting because we don't usually get a lot of background music. And we're back on the New Maker plane. But this game, there's just so much going on in this game, isn't there? There's just so much to dive into. So many little... Oh, this looks familiar. And we've got our little walking squeaky noise back. And look, that's how we came in the demo. It's a picture of two friends, Tonus, da-da-da, give them a chance. When you're choosing... Now, when you're choosing a pet, find one that you like. Now, I don't remember, if you guys think back to the first episode, that was not the wording used on the sign. It was when you're choosing a pet, find somebody that you like. But that personal, humanizing language is no longer being used. You don't have to love them right away. Don't be discouraged if they run from you. They really want a home. Hold on, sorry. They're afraid, shows them that there's nothing to be afraid of. And I think this is interesting because now we've returned to the gift maker plane, to even care. But we've also been shown that people, and they were called people by the child library, people are given the same status as pets here. And where we were sort of giving humanization and anthropomorphizing monsters, in this context, it's almost like we're treating children like pets. And yeah, and Paul is completely silent right now. New pieces. We have been here before, though, haven't we? We've collected these items before. It's a trophy awarded to our Amber. Blah, 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 blah. Amber's not here. We already have her. Show them sounds kind of commanding. Yeah, it does. The music platform isn't there anymore, and the pieces are pieces we haven't collected. Won't go up higher than 16. But you can get lower than 0, but seemingly not lower than -1. Yep, Paul's speaking, so we know that he's around. Looks like something froze.
Okay.
Paul's here right now. He's in this video.
Alright.
We know these videos are being edited by someone else. There's Kerrigan. And this time we caught her. And there's one of those weird white boxes. Pets? Care NLM. Care NLM escaped from the school's basement and wandered the Newmaker plane for days. To catch her, you had to lie, but it may not be a lie forever. You're the Newmaker. You can turn Care NLM into Care A and close the loop. And we touch the white box. Good grief, and alas. Remember, this only accepts people, so it was made to accept children, it seems. The pets seem to really like you. Thanks for playing Petscop is in the pause menu. You've decided to leave Care NLM. If you change your mind within 6 months, you could take Care NLM back. Interesting. What month is it, anyway? What year is it? A bit callous to kind of... Seems cold-hearted, doesn't it? But, you know, we gotta progress through this video game. Looks different from the other kids, though. Cots. Wow. So some new mechanics have been introduced to us. I think that we should just keep going. Also, notice in the background how we have the symbols similar to the white boxes we're finding. Down in the Newmaker plane. Now we can close both cages at once. We couldn't do that before in the very beginning. When you closed one, the other would open. We could hear Paul in the background, so he's still around. froze again. Reading memory card. Panic save. Possible corruption. Mm-mm. Yeah, this is from before we entered the... Okay. Going back here again. And those... Wait a minute. So that both doors are open, just like before. Even though there was some... even though we crashed, both of these doors are open. Isn't that interesting?
There you go. Oh my god.
Now we're in quitter rooms, and the original that character is on the other side. Was that box always there, do you think? We just at a site where we couldn't see. What are you gonna ask this time there, buddy? At this point, the game is just messing with Paul for what he said in part 6. I think so too. What month is it? I wonder if the box looks like that as the game's missing texture. I don't think so, because up in the gift maker plane, the symbol corresponds. Oh, a calendar. The symbol corresponds to the background, so I think it's symbolizes different rooms up in the gift plane. What year is it? Where was instead of where is, it's where was the windmill. And censored. Likely because that is a real address. Which is fascinating to me. And that real address is censored, likely because it is sensitive information to Paul, which means that it's probably a real place for him. Now, I think this is the game really, really, really trying to really trying to tell us that, yep, this game is communicating with Paul. It isn't just a game for him anymore. something's changed. It's become personal. That's what this video is about, I think. Let's go to 11.
Signs along the way, that I ignored. Because it would have been a completely ridiculous idea to me. But when I found my room, it made, well, I was shocked at first, but it made sense. Especially considering where I found the game in the first place. They would be tied in some way.
See how he's saying my room? Supposedly that room is the gray room where we had the censored item. And now he's accepted that it is indeed his room.
To me through you. And I'm trying to think, when was the last time I saw any of you at all? It had to have been like 1999. I was a kid. I was a small kid. Tiny kid.
Yep. This episode came out 6 months after the previous episode. So immediately we get in him. We open this and Paul is talking about his personal life and how he hasn't seen the people he's addressing for a very long time. And everything we wish to say is below. The purpose of this YouTube channel is to preserve and display the recordings within the game Petscop while keeping some of their content private. They were first given to us as a Christmas gift many years ago. The game had an interesting journey before and after that day. Paul created some additional recordings in 2017 as a way to show Petscop gameplay to his friend. He created this account in order to upload those additional recordings in video format. He later passed ownership of this channel to us, but continued to record himself at our strong suggestion. Though he had issues with the arrangement, these have finally been settled. Please enjoy the recordings at Petscop. We do. Smiley face. Something sinister is happening to Paul in real life, or quote-unquote in real life. Something is happening to Paul the character outside of these videos that is sinister, that stopped him from uploading for 6 months. He had a dispute with whoever owns the channel now, but he is, perhaps begrudgingly, continuing to record. Because he's part of this now, and he can't step away.
And after that, just, you know. But it would make sense in the timeline. So it's hard to do this while I'm talking, that's why I'm so quiet right now. So if you're wondering what I'm doing right now, I have a drawing that I could scan and send to you. I just came home and drew this big drawing. And it's still, you still need an explanation on, because the drawing is not very clear, but scribbles really, but you need the visual to understand the explanation, right? So you need both.
This is a visual we never get, by the way.
I'm about 90% sure that this is gonna work.
But I think we can surmise that he's following a
10% not so sure.
Out in real life.
But mostly sure. Okay. Wait, I think I did that wrong. Start again, wait. Holy shit. Holy shit. It worked. I mean, I was 90% sure, but it's still a little shocking that it actually worked.
Remember how I talked about
That's
ghost
very
data
neat.
earlier?
Um,
It's almost
alright,
like
so the way this works, I'm supposed to pass on this one.
he's the ghost this time.
There it is. Okay.
A tire that only moves when we move.
Okay. So this one we wanna... what do we wanna... We wanna ask about the house. We wanna ask where... Just where is house? Okay.
Now the tire is moving on its own.
So I don't know. I mean, this is probably just asking me to go this way, right? Yeah, I think that's what's happening. That's not what I was expecting, actually. I guess a road makes sense, but it's not visually the same thing that I was expecting to see. See what the camera just did there.
This is a frozen house, captured 3 times, exactly as it was.
It's a frozen house. I think we found the house.
Captured is interesting, considering we're catching pets.
We just found the fucking house.
We seem to want to be capturing care in different states as well, A, B, and NLM. And they're treated as 3 different things.
Found the house.
The key still works. It still works. Though you've unlocked the door, you can't open it.
What?
You don't got any hands.
What? You can't open it. Another joke about how I can't open doors. Clockwise, the top is going to the right, and then, you know, the bottom is going to the left. Right? And so it's going to say, righty-tighty, lefty-loosey, or, you know, you turn this thing to the right. And I mean, I still get confused about that.
I don't know if you heard that.
Because, I mean, well, I know it's always the top, but, I still have to think. I have to think. Well, we have the door open now, so, I mean, okay. Alright.
Oh, looks like there was a person there.
It's interesting. Got people appearing
but not always.
and disappearing.
Yeah. Not in the same style as the pets or creatures we can capture, but there seems to be 3 different images. One with a man standing in the kitchen, in the hall. One with a woman standing in the kitchen. Where have you been? Why were you gone for such a long time? Is this a present? Who is it for?
Got a couple of calendars here.
Now, when I watched this, what the calendar kind of made me think of was it looked like, as somebody that grew up in a home that had split custody Um, Sometimes I'd mark my calendar on which days I'd be at my mom's and which days I would be with my dad and my stepmother. And that's when this was said, that's what it evoked to me, was some sort of split custody thing. So this could be kind of communicating that this is a broken home, as they sometimes call it. um, but like clearly there's like some sort of divorce going on. We also know that like there's themes about adoption here, that like sometimes the kids have to stay at the child library or perhaps adoption center, sometimes they get to come. So, this is clearly some sort of, in my opinion, communication of a child that lives here sometimes but not all the time. And the length of time seems to vary, because this seems like it's alternating quite fairly. This it's a little bit more scattered. It looks like most times green on the weekends, and then like alternating on one week, but for the most part just weekends. It's something changed on the 11th, where now they're only with this person on, here's another one where it's alternating. March, only on weekends. April, only on weekends. May, only on weekends. June, seemingly all the time. July, all the time. So September, August, July, June was away for a couple days, but again, most. And then November, most of the month, the month was split down the middle. October, I think there's something going on with like custody, child custody, and for December, nothing is colored in. So that's what I kind of make of this, but it's, who's to say? Mood is another kid who would split custody. Yeah. And this is nothing.
So these are different years.
Yeah, different years.
And looking at this green here, starts off like a checkerboard, then whatever this is, and then weekends. Then it's green every day. Oh. Okay. I don't know if you got that immediately. Yeah, so June to November. Yeah, on that topic, I don't remember meeting this girl at all. I don't remember knowing her at any point. And I remember you saying that we are, exactly the same age. Right? I just don't remember even hearing about anyone going missing.
So if this game is about his life, and there was a girl that was exactly his age, that everybody else knew, but he has no memory of, what does this mean? I think things are starting to get a little bit confusing, wouldn't you? Is because like there's really kind of two explanations for a girl that's the exact same age in a family, and it's like they must be twins, right? But that's odd, because surely he would remember if he had a twin sister. So is Paul care? I think the answer to that question is less interesting than the fact that we're being prompted to ask that question to begin with.
Right? I don't have a single... I remember her going missing. Remember anything like that. I mean, I was a kid. But even then, could have been one of those periods when we weren't visiting very much, but it just seems weird.
And again, he's like, I wasn't visiting very much. Just like these green highlights seem to imply that there was these periods of time where something or somebody was absent. Could that indicate Paul?
Right, because I don't know if you can verify these dates, but 5th of June, 10th of November, right, when she went missing and when she was found, right, and the 25th here. I'm wondering what the animation means there. Right, how the number is animating a bit. Because, right, the 25th of December on both calendars, but they're different years. So I don't know if it means it's the 25th of December in this house, but then it's 2 different years. So that's... I do agree there's a resemblance.
I headcanon Paul is trans and you can't change my mind. Can I use the bathroom? That's
Very
an interesting...
strong
it's one
resemblance
I've played with, but
between
as
us.
the series goes on,
Whoa.
I'll explain why I don't think that's exactly what's going on. Of course. So, we clearly asked... I think it's implied that we asked to use the bathroom.
The hell? That was an experience. Huh.
Remember when we were in the bathtub thinking of her? Then we just jumped in the tub. And we're back to the title screen, I guess. Or was it a loading screen? It's hard to say, I think. And demo, which seems to be associated with ghost data in this game. Which again is complicated, because you shouldn't be able to get ghost data from a CD-ROM. Ooh, sorry, this creeps me out. I gotta turn my light on. Oh, little baby. This is ominous. What is happening? I'm not saying I disagree with Paul being trans reading at all, but when I hear about a character finding out they had a twin and don't remember them making me think of the FNAF Silver Eyes trilogy. I don't think Paul has a twin either. We've never really seen a screen like that before, huh? What is happening? But we see a clockwork on a road that we've never been able to go down before. Are we perhaps counting down to something? Seems like we're counting down to 3 o'clock. And here we are, still in a demo. P2 to talk. There's apparently a speech system. Hello, Paul. Hell. Hello. Looks like Paul's not really used to communicating like this. Funny. Ha. But Marvin is very well versed in this, and maybe is kind of teasing Paul about it. And you're at this. Is this school? Assumingly so. And another odd visual that we haven't seen before. Something is glitchy and unfinished. This part of the game is not complete. Or perhaps made by someone else. It's not made with the same kind of skill that I would say the rest of the game is. It's very primitive, almost. And I guess now we're controlling Tool. But now we're picking up the tool and moving it around. Isn't that interesting? No, we're in Bubsy 3D. This is like it's almost like a whole other game. We've never played anything like this or interacted with things like this before. Tank controls is the impression that I'm getting, which is a whole different control system from how the rest of the game seems to be played.
The hell? That was an experience.
Wait a minute. This is a repeat of what we just did, except now there's no ramp into the bathroom, into the bathtub.
Huh.
So 2 different versions of the same gameplay footage.
Hey. I could have sworn I just saw above the bathtub those white blocks with the symbols on them. We were seeing some of those before. I could have sworn I just saw one of those right there.
In the previous version of this room, that's definitely what was there, but it's not there anymore.
Yeah.
But Paul seems to have caught a glimpse of it.
Everything's different now. Tree is gone. Got a bucket here. What's going on? And that looks the same.
My husband may come here after 6 p.m. Please stay overnight if you can. Thank you so much. Little flower. That doesn't sound like a woman that's Super wants the husband there. And there's only one calendar on the wall now. It's June 1st, it would seem. Or June 5th. That's what that little flashing date means. It means that's the date it is. So before it was December 25th, seemingly in multiple different years. And now it's June.
It's the 5th. I don't know if I can find out the in-game time. And what the hell is this? Another care.
That looks like care A to me.
Can I get on this bed? I'm supposed to get up on the bed.
My reading is that the air conditioning, keeps turning blue. And the other thing in the room that we see is like the air conditioner. So I think the air conditioner is making her a little
Don't know
bit
how
cold.
this is supposed to work.
I think is what's going on. Let me see your colored pencils up on the shelf. We've seen that a few times associated with care.
I don't know what we can do here.
Right now, looks like it's a little bit after 6, according to that clock.
But do you want to see something?
The house is also structured like Randus and Wavy's room in Even Care.
Well, we're free now. That's good. I'm interested in this window. I don't really know what to do, but if we could,
Now, I think it's interesting that we've gone from catching pets in an abandoned plane to finding a lost girl to now what Paul is trying to do is capture a girl that's in her own home by breaking in and taking her. How did we get here? From capturing monsters to kidnapping a child.
come in through the window. I don't know if that's a thing.
The levels of abstraction have really kind of shrank, I think. It's not abstract anymore.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know, there's something I missed in here. I don't think so.
We can't open doors.
That's a fun thing. Fun
hands,
thing that just happened.
So we're stuck. Uh-huh.
I didn't do that. I can't close doors. I can't open doors either, so I also can't, yeah. That's fun. I don't know, I mean, I know what it wants me to do now.
But the clock is still progressing. It's now 6:15. According to the clock, it seems. Right on the money. Care is cold. Turn the AC off. Somebody turn the AC off. This poor girl is shivering. Capturing Care NLM could be interpreted as rescuer. Capturing Care A is just a kidnapping. Looks like Marvin captured her.
Uh-oh.
Care left the room.
Oh. Just gonna put everything back where it was. I still can't, right, so oh shit. Well, shit. Where did he just come from? Bathroom?
Remember how the bathroom seemed to be a way for us to get in before. But we gotta get him before Marvin. We gotta get Kara before Marvin, don't we?
Because he came from the window, as I was saying.
We can't let him win. We've got to grab Kara before Marvin does, don't we? Because that's what you do in video games. You compete.
Yeah. Yeah, now there's a cute little ladder there.
And now...
So
that's the same way that Marvin caught Kara. Now, I have a question for you. What makes what we just did, what Paul just did, any different than what Marvin did? What makes it different? Well, we know that Paul means well, that he's playing a game and trying to solve some mysteries. We don't know why Marvin is doing the things that he's doing, though. And that's really the only difference that we have. We're following in Marvin's footsteps, but we have good intentions, so it's different, right? Now, what does that say about generational trauma? I think that says a lot about generational trauma. Yep, the difference is we're the protagonists. The difference is that Paul is the one that we're seeing the world through.
Well, that's that. One second, look at the...
I'll come out in a minute, keep playing. We now have Care A, but we don't have Care NLM. When the emergency began, we were all looking for Care A. What noise? I told you all, we would never find Care A. When Care A goes missing, she goes missing forever. My brother didn't want us to find him because he knew we were all looking for Michael A. I'm back. This is my present for you. I started it in 1996 for Marvin. So that's seemingly who the game is for. If you think they're worth any effort, see if you can save Care B or Care NLM. Care B is in the school, of course. Fuck you all, and fuck me as well. Merry Christmas. Check your bathroom now. Rainer.
I saw him at a birthday party once. All the older kids were down in the basement playing.
I'll come out in a minute. Keep playing. Related to...
video games. Hide from everyone.
Bathrooms.
He was down there too.
Check your bathroom.
He's older than the rest of them though.
Care left the room.
So check your bathroom.
But which bathroom?
I don't know.
This bathroom? The bathroom we saw before with the white block, or... a different bathroom? The real bathroom, perhaps? Keep playing. I'll be out in a second. Sounds like something somebody would say when they go to the bathroom while you're playing video games with them, doesn't it? Fuck you all, and fuck me too. This kind of seems like a post-mortem note. Play. Music. for baby. She will become melody. Play Needle's piano now. This is a new gameplay mechanic that Paul, I don't think, is familiar with. Thanks. Remember how the quitter girl, who probably is Tiara, was playing music earlier, practicing alone in her room? I think this is definitely related. Lovely. I think the question is this Paul right now? Because we've never seen Paul play this. She trips and fell and is lost. We seem to be failing in whatever music we're supposed to be playing. Usually when you're playing music, if you mess up, you kind of, if you don't know, how to recover well, you just keep messing up. Stop. Yeah, I think that whoever this character is, if it's Paul or not, has failed this little mini game or whatever it's supposed to be. Sorry. Tiara plays bad music too. So maybe that's why we heard her practicing upstairs before. Do it right next time. But this isn't just a regular NPC. They're having to input their text as if they're another player, but sad. Okay. Paul. So maybe this is Paul, but at this point, how long has he been playing? We've never seen him play that instrument before, but he seemed to know what he was doing. How long has Paul been playing this game, and what has he discovered that we haven't been seeing on screen? I'm in your bathroom. Don't come in though. I'm pooping. Like, hey! It feels like Marvin is grooming Paul. I would say that's not a far off. I think that, yeah, that's not far off. He's training him to do something, I think. I think that's definitely what's going on. He's being trained to fulfill a purpose. And considering the themes that we have explored so far, I think that's interesting. And we're back in the reflection, and there's no quitter on the other side. Same description as before. Somebody took over the channel. Also, this time this is a demo. And we've got this new character with a red triangle for a head. So we have 3 other player characters that we've seen. We've seen the girl with the drawn smiley face. We've seen this red triangle now, and then Marvin. Who knows who that red triangle is? And we haven't heard any... Oh! And it looks like we just combined with whoever that red triangle was. That's interesting. We haven't heard any dialogue from Paul this episode. Hi, Belle. You're free. I left these messages for you to look at in case you were ever rescued. So, while you rock around, looking for something to do, I'll come up periodically. When the message runs out, I'll be out of your hair forever and ever. So, I think we can surmise that this is perhaps a different player. You've apparently been running Petscop for this many seconds or this many hours. So, for a very, very long time. Again, it doesn't really matter exactly how long that is, but it's a long time. Several years, I would say. And I would say that this pause is probably the person doing some math. That looks dubious to me. What do you think? Now, are you still sitting on a chair? Now, these are all... Okay, so why I think this isn't Paul is because, again, Paul always goes in and collects all the items that he comes across. It's a very... Like, even though he's trying to discover a secret, ultimately, his pattern is he always collects all of the items and investigates everything. And this character isn't doing that. And it seems to be looking around as if this is all new information. Roughly 17 years, yes. Can you look around the room? Is there still a room? What does that even mean? But yeah, I don't think this is, I don't think that this is Paul. This is the child library. Not family, so I didn't add your trace to the face system. So if this person is definitely the person that Rainer made this for, that means I didn't add your eyes or your eyebrows or your nose. So, but we know Paul is in the child library, so it doesn't seem like the person playing, if they're being addressed correctly, Yeah, this is definitely not Paul, I think we can say for certain. Yeah, Paul has like a weird OCD situation going on. Oh, did you guys see that? Yep, there he is, Marvin. Don't get lost. Marvin seems to be inputting very precise movements. And his sprite looks frozen. With one foot, because you don't, when you stop moving, the whole animation comes to a, kind of slides to a stop with your feet flat on the ground, but something about Marvin's sprite looks frozen. Which is, you know, that's kind of cool. Happy birthday, Belle. Huh? And then it gets cut off. Okay. I'm calling you Belle because that's who you are. You might be confused as to what happened. I was overeager before I started calling you Tiara prematurely. I created a space in the menu for you, still unused now. Then I put you inside the machine and played the second movement of Stravinsky's septet on the needles. That's ominous. I don't think I'd want to be put in a machine called the needles. I played it wrong, but that would have been okay. If you hadn't given up halfway, you would be Tiara. This is not what happened, and now I'm gone. So yeah, looks like Rainer is dead. Curious. No recording is what that last little bit says. Yeah. It feels like Marvin is grooming Paul, or, you know, to behave like someone he's not. Hello, Sparrow. Hello, Squeakers. Okay, we're about halfway through. Alright, we're just gonna keep going, but, like, now it seems like other people besides Paul are getting involved. Or we're seeing their gameplay, at least. There's something hilarious about seeing every wood ranked in suggestions after this. Yeah. Same description as before. And Paul's back.
So we finally made some progress. I think. Well, just have to figure out what to do with it. You know what, it probably has to do with the thing on the tool on the road. Try with that.
But
yeah.
now we're seeing... it was a blue tool.
That.
Now Now, its movements should be familiar.
Yeah, these two are definitely blocking it. Don't know what that means. We can use that. Right, so it comes up, and if I...
No, this might seem familiar.
Oh. Wow, okay. This is... Well,
And it was just used to collect a bunch of money again, just like when we killed the girl. Maybe not killed, but collected. Let's say collected. Just when we encountered. Let's say when we encountered that girl. Sorry about my squeaky chair, by the way. I think this is one of the... We don't often hear Paul's voice when we're doing demo mode.
okay, this is a new file. It might have occurred to you, as it occurred to me, that these rooms are... this room and the house are counterparts, because they both have this bucket, and they're shaped similarly, so I thought I would try out what we did before. This bucket is annoying to move around. Just gonna... yeah. And, it worked. God, am I gonna be able to get this through? Okay. Can I... This is working out pretty well. And I'm feeling some doubt because this bucket seems way too small. But I should not have felt doubt. Just...
Finally, he caught Ronith, the character he's never been able to catch. Alright.
I just...
Demo recording. It seems. So, like, are we seeing Paul actually playing it, or... Ronith is Tonith's baby half-brother. Because he's younger, he gets to learn from all of Tonith's mistakes. Or... That's why he always looks both ways. He doesn't get into trouble. You won't have to watch him all the time. He's good. Now, remember, but if you remember, but Ronith has a little broken leg.
Well, we finally got that one. Last one.
Congratulations. You caught every pet in even care, aside from Tonith, who isn't here yet. You've seen everything in the game so far, but there will obviously be more. It's a growing organism. Your controller inputs will be useful, but your feedback will be even more useful. Now again, how is this possible? This is a CD-ROM game on a disc. You can't do that with those kind of games. You can't, like, this isn't a game that can get updated or like grow. But somehow something about it is allowing it to do so. The recurring motif of the car and the road makes this implication uncomfortable, doesn't it? I mean, Ronith has a broken leg, and there seems to be a lot of imagery with a car and a road. But Ronith knows to look both ways before he crosses the street. Paul's doing something. Please leave the PlayStation on when you leave. You can stand up now. So that makes sense. So it's like living memory of the game. Because like once you turn it off, like that RAM gets cleared, right? So I guess that kind of makes sense. Paul, what are you doing? He's messing around with something. So he solved it, right? I guess. Yeah. It does end. It is interesting. Yeah, it ends in It ends in Amber's cage, in a prison, and it ends with and then the audio. We hear something being closed. Um. It feels like whatever trap that Paul has been walking into, he's past the point of no return at this point. He's trapped. He can't get out anymore. That's kind of how I feel about what's happened right now. Um, and like Amber, he put himself in that cage. He brought himself to this position. He is the one that started playing the game and investigated it until it utterly consumed him. Because he wanted to solve the puzzle. And I think by trying to solve the puzzle, what a lot of people seem to get, what happens is that they get trapped the same way Paul does. It's not about solving the puzzle, it's about watching Paul and his relationship to solving the puzzle. And I think to properly read this game, we ourselves need to take a step back in realizing that our role isn't to solve it the way Paul's trying to solve it, because he got trapped. You know, we don't want that to happen to us. So we need to take a step back and realize that we're not the goal of this series isn't to solve it, because you never can. You can't solve this. I don't think it really has a solution the way that, you know, some people think it does. And we've got to continue looking at this like a piece of art, and what's going on and how it's saying. And like the theorizer is a character in this. Is he playing in a car? Every Petscop theorist when the episode came out. Yeah, me too. That's what I thought at first too, but something is being closed. I think that's clear from the audio. And it sounds like the recording is coming from inside of whatever is being closed. I don't think it's anti-theory necessarily, but I think we are being encouraged to look at this as a piece of art and not as something to solve. Okay, here we go. The windmill vanished off the face of the earth. Here's a similar puzzle for you, Marvin. There are two pictures of a door. In the first picture, the door is closed. In the second picture, taken later, the door is open. Nobody opened the door. The door did not open itself. Oh, I'm so excited to talk about this. The door, in fact, did not open at all. What happened? Ooh, I was so excited about this part. So excited about the picture of the door. Nothing happened. Because there aren't any doors. They are pictures of a door. They are images. They are symbols. It's the same door, theoretically. But one picture, okay, let's all right, let's see if I can kind of explain what I mean. Oop, create. Perfect, that's what I want. All right, give me 1 second, folks. All right. Let me just grab the brush that I like using. Now, forgive me, this might be a little rough. That's all right. All right. Who opened? Here's a picture. Two pictures of a door. One is open. In one picture it's open, and in the other picture it's closed. And who opened the door? Nobody. Nobody opened the door. I just drew two images of a door that look kind of similar, like they're supposed to be the same door, and in one it's open and in one it's closed. Nobody opened them because they're not doors. They're pictures. So, what's under the sensor bars? Nothing. Nothing is under the sensor bars because it's just a black box on a screen. The dates don't matter. The answers to these questions don't matter. If you look at this picture and you're like, well, who opened the door? Actually, let's all right. Let me ask you the question again. Who opened the door? Well, let's theorize. This little green guy opened the door. But why did he open the door? Probably to get through it. And what does it mean? And like, what does me adding this in there really add? You know what I mean? Like, just adding this character in changes the whole context, and it provides an answer to the question. But if I didn't draw the green guy, you know, I think the answer to the really important question is still the same. Why is the door open? So somebody can go through it. And that's the same in both versions of these pictures. Okay? Who opened the door doesn't fucking matter. Look. This is a completely different answer. But the question's still the same. Whether you have the image of the person who walked through it or not, and how it got opened. If it was this little green guy, if it was this big red guy, if it was nobody. The interesting question is, why is the door open? And it's because you go through doors. That's what you do with doors. You open them and you go through them. The author opened the door. So the theorist can wonder who did? Kind of. I don't like the word theorist here. Because the theorist would be like, well, who's the green guy? Who's the red guy? If I do this, no, that's not what I wanted to do. If I do this, what the fuck does that mean? Did the green guy go through the door and then change into the red guy? I don't know if you can see that. I'll just do a little... It's a little bit more legible. What does that mean? You know? Or I hope I'm making what I'm trying to communicate clear. This doesn't matter. How did the door get open? Who opened the door? I think those are not the questions we should be asking. I think the question is, why is the door open? And it seems to be the question that nobody ends up asking. And I think an open door is the perfect symbol for this, because everybody knows why a door would be opened, to walk through. And I think that it's also very interesting that the new maker can't open doors, because the new maker is just a pitcher. This character cannot open this door because it's not a door, because it's a pitcher. We only allow ourselves to think of it as a door because we allow it in our brains to symbolize a door. And the more symbols we add, the more things we can theorize about. Yep. Ask, why is this here? Not who are these or when is this? Exactly. Anyway. This was a... Ooh. Sorry, guys. Okay, sorry. I was just so giddy. This was the part of the video that I was most excited to talk about. And I had that whole bit planned. So I was going to verbally explain it, but then I was like, you know what? I'm just going to draw a picture. How apt. Yeah. All right, let's freaking go. This kind of gives me more Ghost Data vibes. Again, it's clear that whatever is controlling...
I can't just wait.
Oh, here we go.
Thankfully, I have been suddenly inspired by an idea that is, in a way, similar to the idea that brought me to this house. Because that idea involved pretending something was there that wasn't there. And this idea involves pretending...
Oh! Just... But the thing is he's still doing that. Because there is no house. Like, this house doesn't exist. This character doesn't exist. Whether or not he can see it on screen, he's still pretending that there's something there that he can interact with. That's what you're doing when you're interacting with art. You're pretending that something is there that isn't there. I'm so excited.
Door right here, this one, is open rather than closed. You can see that it's closed.
You know, it's funny. Paul is saying this door is closed, but we can see that it's open. So clearly, whatever he's seeing is not the same thing. What he's seeing is not the same thing as what we're seeing. But we, as the audience, are still pretending the same way that Paul is pretending. Even though we can see an open door. Or what we think is an open door. That's the picture we're looking at, is a picture of an open door, and he's looking at a picture, he says, of a closed door. But also, no, he's not. Paul isn't looking at anything because he's not real. Sorry, I'm just excited.
But what I'm going to do, and what I invite you to do as well, is I'm going to picture in my head that this door is actually open right now. And if I were to pass through this doorway, what would happen? Would I bump into a door? No, because the door is open, right? I would just keep going into the room that's there. And I happen to know I'm going to walk into the room right now. I'm in the room. I happen to know what this room looks like because I saw it in a demo recording just today. And you can see it too. I assume it will be up on the family YouTube along with this video that I'm recording right now. You can see what the room looks like in that recording.
Make a note that part of this, that black censor bar has reappeared. So there's something personal to Paul there on that wall. Or to the family, perhaps.
On the right side, there's a windmill. I don't have it in front of me right now. I should. On the right side, there's a windmill. On the left side, there is something that Marvin does not bother to look at, but we will be looking at. So the question is, what do I do next? If I were in this room right now, would I want to go to the thing that Marvin didn't look at. So I'm gonna...
Now, I don't think I paused when we were looking at this before. I think it was already revealed, but the reason that Paul has such difficulties with left and right is because in the controls, they're inversed. Yes, he mixes up left and right a lot because they're inversed in the game. Like, to move left, you have to press right and vice versa. And I think with imagery being presented to us of the Quitter's Room, again, I think that's really interesting. Where we're the reflection, or Paul is the reflection, I should say.
I'm gonna go to the right, and I think, so if I go to the right, God, I think I went a little too far, actually. Nope. Well, I think actually what happens here, the problem is that it's a kind of a branching point. I could stop, I could be blocked by the beds, or I could keep going past the bed to the other side of the room. So I could actually be on either side of the room right now. But either way, I guess it doesn't matter. But I'm going to assume I'm on the thing that I got blocked by the beds, and if I go up, just keep going up, there will be a question mark that appears that will let me go and do something. And if I press X, something will happen. And what will happen, I think possibly a text box will open, because that's what happens with the windmill, right? I pressed X, and a text box appeared with text in it that is probably cryptic, and we don't really care too much about, so we're going to press X a bunch of times to get through all the text. But we can look at it later. And there could be a lot of it, so could be like a book in there, a lot of stuff I don't.
Ooh. It's interesting that we keep talking about discs and how discs work and how Petscop doesn't really work the way that discs are supposed to work. And then we find a whole library of discs. Isn't that interesting?
Care about a lot of it. Or it's not a text box, and it could be literally anything else in the world that happens when you press X. So the next thing I can think to do is just press buttons randomly and chaotically, and hopefully we'll see some results. So I'm doing that right now. I don't know if you can hear that. I'm being real chaotic right now with the controller. And I'm thinking, I'm being really productive right now.
Just screwing around in the bathroom.
I think I'm definitely being really productive. It's just that we can't really see it. Cat, what are you doing? Stupid. No. Yeah. I'm playing this game too fucking much.
Seeming to hit his controller. Trying to get something productive done.
And so the windmill isn't there. I think I can. So I get blocked by I do get blocked by the beds. And I go up. I think. Oh God, I could be doing this. I shouldn't be doing this while I'm talking. So anyway, where was I? So I've actually seen recordings that it made of me from a year ago. And I had not seen that, recording in the time between, so it was holding on to this thing, and it only decided a year later to play back. There are also recordings that I assume are stored on the CD, or might even be scripted. But in one of the recent videos, this was one that went on the public YouTube. I lost the video. I lost it. I had the audio. The game had the recording. Even there were two parts to this session. It had both of them. It played them back 2 different occasions as demo recordings. I got them, but okay. So here's the thing. Those demo recordings can be different, right? They can be different from when I was playing. So when I caught all of those pets and it showed the text, that was different from what it showed when I was playing. It showed something. It happened to line up right perfectly, same number of text boxes and so forth, and also the music wasn't there in the demo. There can be differences, and this was part of what made it seem reasonable that the door could be open. I'm not saying it wasn't still nuts, so I'm going to do this now. So, right, so I'm assuming that triangle is back, but it could be square or circle. I'm going to just do all of them. Okay. I think I can rotate. these.
So he can't see what's going on. We just see him kind of interacting, moving around in space. You know, in the version that he's observing.
Okay.
He's very absorbed
So,
in the
I mean, I could have
mechanics
gone
of this
just
game,
totally
isn't
off
he?
the rails by this point. I could be anywhere.
But he's making progress, and that's the most important thing, is to make progress. You got to keep making
So,
progress.
attempt 5 was this room over here. And now, attempt 6, we're going to try to push the bucket into the other room, going back to this room now. Again, gotta make sure this is aligned exactly right. This. Okay. So now this way. And, I'm just going to leave it there. And see what happens. Trying again. This is attempt 22. And I think that's right. Right, now we don't have to worry about that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Gotten very good at this, isn't it? He's quite precise.
Now,
And he's got the roller. We saw a roller before. So something was written on that wall.
okay, hopefully we got it. Alright, now we're on the
Seems like
scary
the geometry of the room is
part.
set
1,
up
2,
to encourage
now.
what
1,
he's doing right now.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
Petscop makes a full episode about how making logical theories about it is a bad idea. Matt Pat, but what if I did that anyway? I would say that a lot. That's a repeating theme. That's not how that was originally.
Here I am.
Strange situation.
It deleted my files.
Now, the term strange situation evokes some things, I think. Now, we've seen a corrupted data file before. We know what that looks like, and it doesn't look like this. Remember, we saw the corruption in red, the panic save feature was being used. That's a situation that we're familiar with, right? This is new. Now, I don't know exactly how Paul's game was erased. If it was because he was messing with the discs, perhaps selecting a different game, perhaps because this is some different form of corruption. It doesn't seem that the answer is that he put in a different memory card. So what we know is that Paul did not predict this to happen. He opened the game to play it again and was presented with this with all of his progress erased. Now, how do you think that makes Paul feel after plugging so many hours into this game? Hours and hours and hours. And at this point, a year of his life dedicated to Petscop. I'd be pretty pissed. And it'd be unfamiliar to me. It's a strange situation. And again, pulling back a little bit, to kind of explain what strange situation could also mean. It is a sociology experiment when studying children, to see how a child will react in a strange situation. Basically, you leave them alone in a room with a stranger and without anything that they're familiar with. What will the child do? And I think we've kind of already gotten this feeling already. But I think it's pretty clear that Paul is being experimented on. He's being messed with. He's being manipulated. And it's another one of those situations that I think, regardless of if you know the sociological term strange situation, or you're just reading the text of the game, I think you get a similar feeling that this is odd, this is unfamiliar. Everything that Paul has come to know and understand about this game has just gone out the window. All of his progress is gone. So.
I hope it didn't.
Yeah, he's not too happy with the idea that his save file could be gone. Scrolling through the game, trying to get an answer that he wants. And again, there could be any number of reasons that this happened, but it doesn't really matter how it happened, but like what this is doing to Paul. Ooh, birthday cake, balloons, a little sign for care. All you can do is go in. You made it. Happy birthday. Why are you covering your face? Oh.
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, he looks so, like, little new maker looks so cute. Of course I recognize you. Those eyes, that nose, still you. Go ahead and have a slice. Oh, Don't worry about those. It's the 12th of November. I sure hope you've realized by now. It doesn't matter how long you've been gone. It doesn't matter how much you've changed. You aren't lost. Stop wandering and come home.
Check something.
Furious scrambling from Paul.
So what I'm thinking is that this is either 1995 or it's 2017. Getting that bad feeling again.
This part hits hard. How kids with childhood trauma are just expected to be normal afterwards. Just come home. Care, are you okay? Calling us Care. You ran straight into the door. Did you think it was open? Aw, poor baby. Now, this is running into doors that we think are open. We're treating closed doors like they're open. Something we've done before. This time we don't get to see the discs, it seems. The snap sound of the text box reminds me of a parent snapping their fingers to get their child's attention. I actually really like the snapping sound in this game. I love the UX designs. Like, I just... Where is the disc? Where are the discovery pages?
Wait a second.
What are you talking about? What disc? Discovery pages? Jill, stop fucking ignoring me. Get in here and show me where that disc is. Jill. So this... No, Care. This is Mommy. This is your mommy, sweetie. I'm right here in front of you. There's no one else here. What are you looking at? What's over there? Care. Can't you hear me? Can't you see me waving? Snap out of it. Care. Where are you going? Paul doesn't seem to have liked what he just read. This one's a doozy.
I think... I think that was based off of a conversation that I had last year on my birthday.
Now, how is that possible? This game was made in 1997. Or was it?
What is it? If it wasn't just a coincidence...
Again, discs can't do that.
Then that means I'm getting pranked. But I don't know how that magic trick works exactly.
Again, I don't think it matters how the magic trick worked.
I have to call Jill right now. Trapped. I'm feeling very weird. So through Google, I asked the internet, how might one rewrite to a CDR? And the internet's response to that question was, "You idiot. You fucking idiot. What are you doing?"
Yeah, not something you can do.
Some things you can't rewrite. So I'm in the garage now. Oh. Speaking of this, this is the website. For some reason, it's in the game on a computer screen. But yeah, this is it. And this is the Your Child page. Judging by all the text.
So this is not...
Wish I could read it.
This is not a website that we can find.
Jesus. And this is a different page. Got no idea what's going on anymore. even is this?
And now it's just Petscop on the. Okay.
Not sure what I'm doing now. Doing this again. Fuck.
I don't know what to say at this point. But Paul is continuing to try to solve the mystery, and it seems to be getting more and more personal to him. This feels like a dream almost, like a very like an awful nightmare where like you can kind of make up connections, but it feels like we don't have all of the information. And how much of that information, if we analyze it, will give us answers, you know? It seems like every time we come up with a theory, something about the series changes. Back in this area again. I don't like that little animation. It bothers me. Girl. Well, we keep on getting pulled back here. It's like something's controlling us. Now, I don't like to theorize too much, but the rest of the game is pretty well made. This part of the game is not well made. It's almost like it has like a different, like it was made at a different time or perhaps by a different person. And we could see earlier that Marvin could edit things in the world. And this domain seems to be controlled by Marvin. Like we went in and we played the Needles piano or whatever. So it feels almost like this part of the world is of Marvin's creation. And whether he created it or not, he definitely, it seems, it is associated with him. He does seem to have control over it. Anyway. You cannot escape, girl. Yeah, this is part of where the trans reading comes from for a lot of people. And while I think it's a fine interpretation, I think regardless of what you read out of this moment, and if you add in a trans narrative or not, it's still kind of communicating a similar thing. Also, Marvin works at the school. Yeah, it's also interesting. There we go. Where's Marvin? Again, and I find it so interesting that the player character is kind of slow and clumsy with this text input system. Not in table. So that means that it didn't work. Sit here for the present. Now, are we getting a present, or does he mean for the present, or as in now? But yes, Marvin's a lot better at using the text system, which seems to imply that he's been here for a lot longer, to the point that he's very comfortable with manipulating and moving through the world than we are. This is Belle. I am Tiara, not Belle. If I recall correctly, Paul was trying to type out Marvin. Press nifty. Bozo's been playing Petscop forever, but still can't find his house. What? Nifty. No. Player. 1. Press. Nifty. Now what this seems to be saying is like, what it seems that you do text, we saw this before, that text input you play with the second controller. And what does press nifty mean? It's not the letters, it's the button input. So right now Belle is telling us on the player 1 controller to type in those glyphs, those buttons. It's not actually asking them to write out nifty. It's asking, put it in the player 1 controller. Oh, you guys, you're gonna love this. It looks like it's a texture editor. Which of course means that whoever was communicating with us in the pink text, they were editing textures. And it seems like that person might have been Tiara. So this game has been talking to Paul the whole time, and he just wasn't accepting it. Alright, here we go. This one bothers me. If you saw this in a vacuum, without the rest of Petscop, you would be like, what the fuck does this mean? But with all of the context we have so far, I think that this is probably one of the creepier videos, I think. No controller input has been detected for a very long time. Family, neighbors, police, or whoever, keep game console running. The call provided phone number, which is censored. Burn in monitor, ghost room / testing room. Seems like that's a bed, and that red dot, that there's somebody on there. And we've got what seems to be a piano on the right side. And a TV in front. So let's continue. What does this mean? Now, I think we're all thinking it. I think we all have this idea in our brain. I think we're all thinking it. So I'm just going to say it. It doesn't matter how. But Petscop is alive. And turning the console off would kill everybody living there, living inside of it. I think that's the implication. It doesn't matter if these are copies of these people that were somehow created through some sort of AI to copy the people, and then those people went off and did their own lives, or if they were pulled in through the screen like some sort of freaking weird movie from the 90s. Regardless of how they got there, it seems what the implication of this message is that it is very important to keep the game console running. To the point where it's like, please, family, neighbors, police, do not turn this off. Call this provided phone number and everything will be explained. But my reading is 100% Petscop's alive. And to turn the console off, because it's being run on a disc and you can't save things to discs, it's too sophisticated for a memory card. And turning it off is like if you turned off a brain, you can't do that. Like you can, if somebody dies and you try to like resuscitate them long after they're dead, like even if you could keep the heart pumping and the blood moving, so even if no rot has happened, like the person that was there is dead. And I think that's kind of what is being evoked right now. It's almost like life support. You know what I mean? This feels like life support. And it's just turning the console off would be like turning off someone's life support. That's how this screen feels to me. It feels life or death, I think, at this point. And again, doesn't matter how this happened, just that, but that's the feeling that that is being communicated right now. And there's somebody there on a bed, in front of a TV perhaps, playing Petscop. Somebody's moving around in that room. Sitting in a chair to play Petscop. Anyway, Petscop is an SCP. I think you're thinking too hard about it a little bit. Alright, Petscop 17, back to the birthday party. Does that mean that Paul has kept the console running for several months now? Is that what we're expected to believe? I think that's the implication. Sound test. That little hand with the ball in it kind of...
Uh-oh. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Uh-oh.
kind of reminds me of Pen.
Bye-bye. 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 Uh-oh.
It's definitely how somebody messes with a sound test system. I've definitely done this with sound tests, I'm not even joking. Turn it down a little bit. Look at people have definitely skipped ahead. We'll watch it all the way through though. Looks like it was some sort of code though. This is so obscure. Maybe generation, house, play. All right, I will hazard a guess and say that there's 10 different of these little red guys. It's like an AI being trained. And we can select which one we are, which generation we are, which generation of the AI, which I think generation, considering we're talking about family, evokes a certain thing, doesn't it? Now, I want to give my little prediction. I think when you're controlling the player character, it always looks the same to whoever's playing it. Like, you always see yourself as the green thing with the weird beak, the duck-looking thing. I think Tiara sees herself as the same thing that we see Paul's character as, and Marvin sees himself as the protagonist as well. The protagonist looks the same for every person that's playing it. When Marvin plays the game, he's not seeing the weird green shape. He's seeing the usual face that we see when we play the game. I think this red triangle is how all of the other player characters see Paul. That's my reading on it anyway. So I think this red triangle is Paul. Geometric cranium from Quiet Mountain. Get out of here. I think that the Silent Hill comparison is actually kind of apt, because Pyramid Head is also a version of the player character. So I think it's kind of apt, actually. Oh, here we go. A bunch of different generations. Hi there. Wake up. You're free. And now we're moving backwards, something we've never seen before. There you go. Thank you. I want you to retrace your steps. The family, as usual, wants to learn what happened to you between November 10th and 12th of 1997. On November 10th of 1997, you ran away from your daddy's school building, and on the 12th, you arrived at your house. The question is, where were you on November 11th, and what were you doing there? I hope to guide you to that location with a spell, which I will begin now. You are a girl named Carrie Mark, and you were born on November 12th, 1992. You have a mommy named Anna, a daddy named Marvin, and an auntie named Jill, an uncle named Thomas, a cousin named Daniel. I know what you must be thinking. Have these statements always been true, or have I cursed you? Is there such a thing, a curse that changes your past? Stop thinking. You were kidnapped and spent 5 months studying in an abandoned elementary school. You ran away, crying, ashamed, covering your face. Sorry, I had to sneeze. You were blind. At some point, your movements stopped making sense. bumping into walls and doors, dodging invisible obstacles. Find the moment. When were you led astray on the road? Now, we're going to revisit my dear old friend Photoshop. Por un momento. Him. I hope you like my little new maker. Not get too perfect. I gotta make it a little bit smaller so I can... Actually, let's just make this smaller. Okay. Now, and also, I think now I can say that these are all different individuals. And I can also say that they're all the same. Or I can erase all the names and we can associate kind of any name or meaning to them that we want to. I think that these images alone don't matter. And we're kind of returning to my point of what matters is not who these people are, what their names are, and what they look like. I don't think that matters really. What matters is what they're doing. And there's a lot of discussion on. Did I just get an EAS alert? My phone's dead, so I wouldn't have gotten it because my phone's dead. I didn't even notice that the battery was off. Oopsie, I forgot to plug it in when I got home. Yeah, because they're all not real, but we're all being asked to equivocate them. But they are being equivocated in this video, and I think that that's important. Is that these are not actual concrete individuals, because it's all a fictional piece of work. And when you compare two symbols in a piece of work, and when you make symbols of something that isn't real, you can kind of choose whether you want them to be the same thing, the same entity, or they can be separate entities. You, the viewer, get to decide how you're going to read that, but so does the author, and you might disagree. And again, I think that's very interesting. At this point, all those things that we had at the beginning that seemed to be making up a logical, intricate puzzle, I think that's very quickly falling apart now. There are so many different moving parts, so many different pieces, and when we try to put them together, the game tells us, nope, this is how this works instead. It keeps on giving us like a different framework to work with, that we can't fit all the pieces that we had before into it. All we have are symbols and ideas and feelings in this game. All right, so the Petscop 9, like, an hour and a half thing is a glitch. And it seems to be only a glitch that Petscop videos are experiencing, which I don't know if it's intentional or not, but it is kind of interesting and weird that it's happening to Petscop. Anyway, let's keep going. A girl went missing around here. Story goes, your daddy used to sit on a bench with the birthday cake trying to lure her home. And then we get those themes of child abuse in. Instead of missing girl signs, he put up birthday girl signs, promising cake to the birthday. Of course, the birthday girl never came home, to his disappointment. When I learned about this absurd story, I spent a lot of time digging. Eventually, I found out what really happened to that girl. Want to know? Ask. Yeah, lure is a very weird way to put it, isn't it? Oh, my internet's being a little fucky, so hopefully we stay connected. Is it even still Paul making these inputs? Is it care? Does it matter? Are they the same person? Are those even the right questions to be asking? Something's... That looks like the girl from the windmill. And that looks like a gravestone. With the symbol for currency. Lena Leskowitz, 1968 to 1977. They didn't see her. She would have been 9. They didn't see her. That's a year older than Mike would have been. But that seems like the kind of thing he would say about someone who got hit by a car. Interesting. The focus on the gifts when they're opened is like in Mulholland Drive and Inland Empire was an influence on Petscop. Interesting. Oh, yeah. I'll probably disregard your comments then, Megaritz. Just because they're not going to be relevant to what we're seeing on the screen. Now, I think that an interesting question to ask is this being played forward or in reverse? Because the way that the character moves is odd, I think. Not just because it's going backwards, but... Now here... Remember, the cars never hit us. They stop when we're standing there. They never seem to come when we're standing on this road. Which kind of makes my chest clench up whenever the cars come, and it's still kind of tense. But anyhow, 17. All right, 18 is next. Let's listen to that shit backwards. I have no tools to do that. Unfortunately, YouTube does not let you watch videos backwards. All recordings, room impulse, extra stuff. Guardian history. So this creature's name was the Guardian. See, it seems we have a couple different iterations of its design, and we've seen that sort of triangle eyes design in the school. At least it looks like it. There's Amber history. something notable about Amber is that we've seen a white ball in certain other contexts before, like in Pen's hand or in the audio testing thing. So I think that's something interesting about Amber. But it's almost like they're evolving. And there's Randus. Tonith. Pen history. Yeah, Pen's history is very interesting, I think. What does it all mean? Hudson. We've not seen a Hudson. Wavy jumping. Because we've seen Wavy turn into water, but apparently we would have seen him being able to... Here's the gift plane map. The house. Tona started with a non-broken leg, yes. And I think it's interesting we're seeing all these different versions of the characters, especially when you look back to what I was just showing on Photoshop moments ago. Okay. We're coming up on something about to happen. A little Care soundbite being played. Some select Petscop recordings. In a way, recordings have the power to raise the dead. They're kind of scary. We finished our long Easter egg hunt. Yeah, so this was released on Easter of 2019. These are recordings, it seems. Seems like there's a lot of recordings over the years. And these are from memory cards. But remember what I said, that some of these are from the memory cards, but some of these appear to be from discs. So those were all written onto the discs, but some of them were from the memory card, I think, is what the implication is. So these were probably on by the time this game was played, but the stuff on the memory card is from... Oh, we see Tiara. Fuck. We're going backwards in generations. Marvin, Will, Wells, Trevor, Tony. These are people names. Peter, Mike, Melinda, Megan, Laura, Larry, Kyle, Kate, Joel, James, Jack. Some of these we recognize. Some of these names we recognize. Some of these are just completely new to us, I think. So there's Belle. There's Mike. Amber. Now, Amber is the name of a pet. Sort test. This is a very early recording of the game, it seems. This is not very sophisticated. It's very empty. There isn't even an animation. This is not the final version of Newmaker or slash Guardian that we've seen. But this was recorded. Mike. So, this is a little bit easier to parse, but it's still a very early build of the game, it seems. So this seems to be displaying out the player inputs, but not just the player inputs, but like what it looked like to the player. Because in some of the demo recordings, we see actions. Oh, and there's the leg. We see actions being played out. What? One of the eggs? Was it Daniel's game? What an unfair trick. Have you found every egg in the office? Streams in one, I've got to go. Good night. Good night, Sleeto. There we go. Name Care. Gen 3. So this is a lot more sophisticated than previous recordings. This almost looks like the version of the game that we've seen. Who is very smart, whereas Care seems to just want to move around and dance around and mess around. But remember, Belle slash Tiara is very smart. So, recording a playback. Randus is a flower. I don't think we've seen this description before. He does need water, but not as much as he thinks. You shouldn't worry. If you are considering Randus, you should adopt Wavy as well. Wavy knows how to trick Randus. No. These are old videos. We're just reviewing. A bit of a retrospective. He is afraid of everything. He is especially afraid of freezing. According to him, he is never the same person for more than a few seconds. Interesting. Name James. all seem to be different players. Looks like Phil got a little bit frustrated with name Amber. Amber 2. So we've got Amber the ball, but remember how Amber liked to be in the cage? Looks like this player locked themselves in the cage and is pretty content to do that. Not interesting. There's Belle again. Very smart Petscop kid. Figured out how to catch pets quickly. Congratulations. You caught every pet in even care, aside from Tonith, who isn't here yet. You've seen this before. Whew. So, Paul's not the first person to play the game. Well, I think that is what the message of that video is. Yeah, this is 20 that we're about to watch, and there is, including this one, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24. We have 5 more episodes to go. Including this one. Oh. Name Marvin, Gen 6. So this is Marvin's playthrough. This is Petscop 20. Yep, same description as before. In a way, recordings have the power to raise the dead. And this was all posted on in April. We're nearly at the end. MVM. I don't think it's outside the realm of suspicion that this is Marvin's first time playing. The gift plane is closed indefinitely. You know, we're aware of this stuff. Door is locked. But this is why I think that all players see themselves as this version of Newmaker. And it's only other players that see them with different heads. He's really trying to investigate how to capture this bird. Yeah, I think, yeah, this is the first time that we're seeing, I thought we might have seen it before, but this is the first time we're seeing that right and left are inverse, which kind of, you know, it kind of shines a lot of light on why left and right get so mixed up during this game. Now, something that I want to demonstrate, if I could find where I put my stylus. Where did I put that thing? Hello? Stylus. Ow. Jammed my finger in my drawer. That's fine. That's good. That's lovely. That hurt a little bit. Where did I... That's not it. Where did I put my stylus? Gah. Oh, here it is. Move my Streamlabs window over once again so that I can turn on my little viewfinder here. Okay, so let's say that this is a mirror. And let's say I have a sign that says, hello. Now, we're assuming this is all existing in 3D space. And let's also, just for clarification, let's also like now from our perspective, if this was being reflected in this this mirror right here, I'm just gonna make it look a little bit more like a mirror. You know, this is a mirror. I'm sorry that it's so bad, but like we're assuming that this is a mirror right here. And if we wanted to reflect this sign at the mirror, if we put this in front right here, what we would see in the mirror is not we can make a few different predictions. And I think that a lot of people will have different predictions on what they'll see. But here's what we would see, I think. We would actually see this, because the writing is on the other side. If we wanted to see this writing on the mirror, you would actually have to take this and flip it around, and then what we would see here now it's not what I wanted to do. It's fine. I'm just trying to explain some perspective to you. Now, if we had a flashlight that was so bright that it could shine through this red, but we could still read the black text, do you think it would still say this if it was flipped the other way around? Because it wouldn't. It would actually say this if this was like a light that was shining through. So it's actually not being reversed in the mirror. It's just that the image that the mirror sees is already reversed, you know? So what am I trying to get through here? That's not what I meant to do. So this is a screen. And actually, let's use green. We don't know who this is. Let's call him Paul. And on that screen that Paul is looking at, there is a little video game character named New Maker. Now, if we have a controller right here, it's a really crappy controller. What New Maker perceives as left, if he were an entity, on this, if he could perceive and interact with this controller, what we see as mirrored across this, because Paul and Newmaker are going to, from their perspective, are going to disagree on what left and right is, aren't they? Because to Paul, this is left. I guess this would have been better if I made them different characters. I'm going to do that. Let's make them different colors, because I think that's makes things a little clearer, what I'm trying to illustrate. Paul is going to see this is left, and this is right, but Newmaker is going to see this is left, and this is right. So it's reversed. Left and right is reversed for us and for Paul. That's why there's so much confusion. But for Newmaker, the little player character who's looking out at us, it's not reversed. It actually, so these control schemes are not reversed for the player character, for Newmaker, from the perspective of the game. Okay, so cool. What is this? What does that mean? I think what is happening here, is there is a breakdown and erosion of perspective and who is real and who is an observer, and like how those perspectives change how you perceive the world. Again, you're gonna ask, well, what does that mean? And I'm gonna ask you to think back to that moment in Petscop where we watched Marvin from the closet. We watched Marvin break into the window and kidnap Care. And then 30 seconds later, after everything had been reset, we broke in through the window and we saved Care. And we did the exact same thing that Marvin did. We took the same actions, we followed in his footsteps, and yet those two perceptions of kidnapping and saving, they seem diametrically opposed to one another, even though the same actions were taken. And I think that says something very interesting about this game and about how we are being shown two different versions of something. And they're both true at the same time. Yes, new makers left and right, not the players. Exactly. And we're being shown these themes of progress, progress, progress. No matter what you have to do, you've got to progress. And we have been living for the past few hours in the perspective of Paul, who was progressing because this is a mystery to solve. So that's a good thing, right? But Marvin, who seems to have been doing the same things, we see him as the villain, as a bad person because he's hurting us, he's hurting Paul, and he seemingly has hurt Care too. The only difference is the perspective. What's right and wrong, what's right and left, is inverse depending on how you look at it. Keep this picture in mind. What if when we look at this store, what we're actually seeing is, we change perspectives a little bit. And again, excuse my rough sketches. I'm just gonna, to make this kind of simple as I can, what happens if like, which version of this picture is the door opened and which version of the picture is the door closed? When we look at this picture down here, let me hide this again. Especially if we want to add in some details. Are we looking at a door that's open, or are we looking at a door that's closed from another door? Like, there's so many different conversations you can have about how perspectives really change the context of what we're looking at. Because, like, this is just another perspective of this. And when you're looking at a piece of art, you can only go off of, like, you know, your own perspective, and usually that perspective is framed by the artist. And again, like, you can ask, well, what does this mean for the story of Petscop? And I think it's just kind of all building around these same themes of, like, different perspectives, different ways to look at things, asking why instead of how. And I think that it is encouraging, it's further encouraging that line of thinking. Um, Now, to bring it back to Petscop, why are the controls correct for Newmaker, the player, or Newmaker, the character, the avatar? Why are the controls the right way around for Newmaker, but from Paul or the player's perspective, the wrong way around? And think I think that like why would that be? You know? And I think it's because Newmaker is more real to us than Paul is. We don't know what Paul looks like. We haven't seen his face. We haven't seen him walking around. We've seen Newmaker walking around and operating in a world, but Paul is just audio to us. And if you boil down to it, they're both characters in a YouTube video. And we're not really experiencing the world from Paul's perspective. Not really. We're kind of, everything we see is framed within the video game of Petscop rather than the experiences of Paul. And I hope I'm making sense. But it kind of assigns this personhood to these video game characters that Paul is almost being denied. And I think as we get closer to the end, that's going to become very, very interesting. So let's get back to the video. Out of Photoshop, back to the video. Well, let's freaking go. Sounds like some inputs are being made. No, Garber's like, you would see nothing because there is no mirror. Yeah, you got me there. It is a picture of a mirror. I was asking you to use your imagination. Okay, it looks like Marvin just inputted that text. That this might be the first time that so Marvin also had that little cheat sheet. This image kind of looks similar to what I was kind of presenting in Photoshop a few moments ago, doesn't it? I'm assuming this is Marvin's first time encountering this this state, and he seems shocked. still think we can assume these are recordings of Marvin even if they're being named something else. I think Marvin stopped inputting his name, he's just playing. Hi Marvin, Rainer here. You have to be careful this time. If you start running out there without a sense of purpose, you'll get lost. I'm writing this on July 10th, 1997, and Kara is still missing. We are searching. Last weekend, we almost got lost ourselves. Your search is harder. Beyond here, there are no landmarks. But this model of a brick building, though crude, should still be familiar to you. Where is this building? I don't think it's supposed to represent the school, you know. We've seen it before. From here, I want you to find a grave. You know the grave I'm talking about. It's definitely out here somewhere. It's interesting how earlier the video game characters were being dehumanized by robbing them of their autonomy, and now it seems the player is the one who is dehumanized. But also, the players aren't human because they're also characters in the series of Petscop. So, unmarked grave. We're looking for it. And we know that in-universe, Marvin's been accused of hurting someone. Don't mix up your left and right there, Marvin. I increased your speed so you can search faster. So that must be why he's faster than Paul. Because he's faster in earlier iterations as well. Or not earlier iterations, earlier videos. So has he been looking this whole time? Because he wants to find the school and he wants to find his house. Oh, colored pencil, like little crayons, just like we see with Kara in her room. Road map. These caskets. These are the censored items from earlier. When these are done, they will be great. Anybody who sees them is sure to become part of the family. Which is, you know, why they were censored. They don't want us to become part of the family. But we got a blackboard. And I don't think there's any way for us to be able to read that. Yeah, we can't read that. This one is called Casket 4. 5 words written on a chalkboard in the dirty building that you inhabit. That seems to be what was hanging. This one is called Casket 3. After kicking you out of the house, your wife started painting the walls black to cover the stencils. And we did that earlier. Remember, this was covered up. I helped. She made it feel urgent. That Saturday, busy with work, she pinned a note. It contained a list of objects. Now, we saw a spinning upside down pyramid, and this really alarmed Paul. But it also kind of looks like Paul's head from other people's perspective. Or, you know, the red triangle player character. I still think that it's supposed to be Paul. This one is called Casket 2. As I painted, I watched Care dance around the house. She liked to spin, she became a blur. But in that blur, somehow, as she spun around, from 45 degrees to 90 to 180 to 360 to 720 to 1080, 1340, 1800, 2160, winding, tightening, tightening. I was stunned by pure horror and disgust. Now, I think this was what was on the table initially, the very first thing that was censored that made Paul be like, I don't know why this is here. I suppose this could be on anybody's table, but it seems to be what made Paul realize this was personal. But this doesn't really mean anything. Yeah, this one is called Casket 1. You showed Care her red, blurry reflection in a vase. You said, do you see that? Look at how ugly you are now. Care squinted her eyes. The reflection wasn't clear at all, but as you began to describe her grisly deformities, she began to see them. Ooh, that got Marvin a little bit upset. Nobody wants to see you like this, you said. But she soon escaped and bravely returned home. In her bathroom mirror, she saw a clear picture. Places. Looks like a screen to me. Or a bench in front of a window, maybe. Marvin's house. School. In the windmill. Has to do a double take. Michael Hammond, 1988 to 1995. Mike was a gift. It's not going away. You can feel your sins pressing down on your neck. Ah! He's being really, this is being really pushed in his face. Why? Um, Perhaps Marvin is somehow responsible for this death. It certainly seems to be being associated with him. It just looks like early on, when Marvin isn't super comfortable with the controls. Did you... He doesn't want to admit that somebody died. Did you find Lena? I don't know. Who is your boss? Still doesn't know. Not asking the right questions. Seems like Marvin's kind of freaking out a little bit, though. He's been caught. What year? Is it? And there's the calendar. Different color than the calendar Paul interacts with, though, isn't it? Kind of reminiscent of the calendars on the on the wall in the house, isn't it? Now, it looks like Marvin has some control over the camera that we don't, that Paul doesn't. And he's able to lift it up and down in turn. Is he moving it so far high up? Making the windmill disappear, almost. Again, there could be any number of answers as to how things. Ooh, glitch. And now we're in the basement. The camera's in the basement. Hmm. Marvin has the power to alter perspective. Doesn't everybody, though? Kind of can alter its perspective. And maybe it's just that Marvin... Oh, I just Petscop on the 3DS. I'm trying not to think about it. That was 20. Marvin's manipulative, though. Maybe that's the difference. Again, I don't think it matters. I don't think it matters how he can alter perspective, but it matters why he would alter that perspective. I think that's the question I don't think we need to, like, well, how can he do that and Paul can't? I don't think that really matters. I think what matters is that that's what Marvin's doing. Alright, here's 21. Name, care, dancing sign. So Care just likes to spin around and dance. Doesn't really seem to be to the background music though, does it? No. I'm going to see if I can sync this up correctly. Be patient with me. I forgot to turn the... So this is The Sign by Ace of Base that I'm playing in another window.
I got a new life, you would hardly recognize me. I'm so glad. How can a person like me care for you? Why do I bother when you're not the one for me? Is enough enough? I saw the sign, and it opened up my eyes. I saw the sign. Life is demanding without understanding. I saw the sign, and it opened up my eyes. I saw the sign. No one's gonna drag you up to get into the light where you belong.
I think I turned it up correctly now. Maybe. I'm not very good. Hold on. Maybe I can, hold on. Give me 1 second. Some people have there we go. Let's watch it through here. Somebody synced it up correctly with the music. It does sync up, I promise. Here we go. This is the same video, just with different audio. So now,
I got a new life, you would hardly recognize
yeah, this is perfect.
me.
the radio, and she starts dancing, her little turtle character starts dancing, or maybe it's on the TV. It doesn't really matter how she's listening to it, but it definitely does seem like she's listening to this song and her playing, making her little character dance. From her perspective, she's just dancing, having a good old time. She loves music, she loves dancing. But you know, it may be like that context is very cute. But I think from a perspective without the music playing, she kind of seems a little crazy, doesn't she? Just randomly moving around. Sorry about that. Sorry that you couldn't hear me over the music. But what I was trying to say, from the perspective of Care, she's just a kid dancing to music. And it's kind of cute almost. But I think from the perspective of an adult that might be watching her, or again, if we're watching her without this song, won't this demonetize the stream? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Now, again, to us, that was just a little kid kind of playing around, being goofy, being silly, being cute. But from this perspective, she's kind of being, like, if we just take it from this perspective, she's being annoying, almost. Like, she's just wiggling around. She's not playing the game. She's playing it wrong. And I also want to maybe take this perspective, not just from the player character, but from the way that people were talking about her. It seems like she does this kind of thing in real life, too. She just spins around and... You know, I'll repeat a line that Marvin supposedly said. No one wants to see you like this. You know, no one wants to see this little girl, like, thrashing around and seemingly misbehaving and being weird and silly. And think about a kid that's just dancing around to music and trying to have a good time. Think about that, how that makes them feel. You know? Like when my dad got mad at me for playing with toys after 4. All right. Sorry about the volume situation. Hopefully it didn't make it too unwatchable. Alright, 22. We're almost done. We only have 3 episodes left. Let's go. Now, I do want to point out that we're kind of hearing the mic sounds the same as when we hear Paul recording a video. We can't hear him talking. I don't think he talks during this video. I'm not sure exactly, but this is the sound this is like the background sound of his specific microphone. Where was the windmill? And it's censored. Again, it doesn't really matter where the windmill was, but
Hi there.
Paul has figured
Yeah.
out where the windmill was.
Yeah, I'm okay. What do you think of that picture? Yeah, so I went up and I typed, where is the windmill? And that didn't work. And so I tried, where was the windmill? And that's how I got the text in the picture. Yeah. Yeah, I looked them up. The top numbers, I looked them up. You're going to want to look them up yourself. Yeah, punch them in. Yeah. I'll wait. It's a 2.
This video seems like it should have been sooner. Yeah. I would guess that this was what
I
was
know.
happening.
I know, me
Yeah.
too.
This was what was happening when...
that first thought. There's not a lot of detail, but it looks like a stone, right? Not yet. Actually, I wanted to go with you tomorrow. That's why
Yeah. The videos themselves
yeah.
may not be in exact chronological order.
Friday.
Yeah. I think it's very
How about
clear
that?
that this was right after he asked this question the first
Okay.
time.
No,
And the
I'm
video
gonna
cut
save it
off.
until then. I'm not showing the family until I've seen it myself. Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I'm not recording. I stopped it.
So he thinks.
What do you think of the bottom numbers? No, they're different. I want to hear what you think first. Yep. Yeah, we would have to find out how big. Like, we'd have to find out how big a tile is. One of the tiles. Like, if we could figure out how big one tile is in like feet or meters. If we could, what I'm thinking is if we could measure how far away the staircase is, the staircase is from the windmill, the staircase closest, the one that's closest to the windmill. If we could measure how far away that is from the windmill, what I'm wondering is if we could find something there. Yeah, exactly. We could do that. I mean, it's unlikely. This is already pretty. It's exciting. This is why I'm not telling the family, because it's exciting. But it's unlikely. But it's still worth a try. And what I'm thinking we should do. Go and measure the stone.
Go eep, Sparrow.
Ground, compare it to the size of the windmill in the game. And then we can use that for conversions. Which we can do it based on tiles, how far we can walk in a second, like speed, whatever is the easy way to do what I'm thinking. Sure. And I think it's more likely we could use real life to find things in the game, like the reverse. which we can do that, and then we don't have to like aimlessly walk around to find stuff. That would be interesting, right? If we could take that. That's yep. I know, isn't this? I could probably just measure the stone now from the satellite right now.
God,
roughly.
this is so game theory coded, isn't it? This is map pad as hell.
No, they don't know much more than we do now. They didn't. I don't like talking to them. They intimidate me. And I'm sure they wouldn't intimidate you at all. Hey, have they called you? They haven't called you, right? I mean, Jill specifically. She hasn't called you. No, I didn't voluntarily mention you. She asked because you know I'm talking to you in the first few videos, right? And so she asked who I'm talking to in the videos, and so I told her, but she didn't ask anything else, so I don't think she actually cares. Yeah. And I don't and you don't have to worry about it, right? Because you aren't family, so you wouldn't have a room. That's the thing.
Just like Belle / Tiara.
I didn't mean it that way. Just you probably don't have a room. That's my only point. Yeah, no, it's fine. No, you don't want her calling you anyway. Like you won't be able to escape if she. That's the thing. If she were to start, yeah. And I should start taking you up on that offer. Hey, I need your genius. I need your trying to navigate here. Yeah, I need your puzzle genius. No, you're a genius.
Petscop kid, very smart. Again, it's something that was said about Belle.
Got this.
You wouldn't be able to escape. Yeah, it seems like Paul is not able to escape anymore, and that's why he's saying that.
Yeah. You weren't in the middle of something, were you? I can let you go. Good. Well, okay. So, I was expecting the cage puzzle to lead into something else. But there's really nothing here left. Yeah. The Tiara character is gone now. Yeah, completely. Like you look over on the other side, and now there's not. There was like the Tiara character was there, and then I left, and then the next time I came back, they were gone. What do you mean, of course? Wait. Give me a second to verify that logic. What? Why would I be in a car? I'm playing Petscop. Why would I be playing Petscop in a car? The fuck?
That was a common theory early on.
Door.
That was just my door.
Front door.
Front door.
Doesn't make any sense. No,
So,
that was my door.
Trying to tell us, the audience, that yeah, no, it was supposed to be just my front door. He was just getting up to leave, maybe stretching. Oh, that caught me off guard.
What the fuck?
And I knew it was coming.
I just got hit by a car. I walked on the road where the cars pass by and they never hit me. I just walked on that road and a car hit me and I disappeared. Shit. No, I fucking just forgot to start the recording. They won't like that. So I missed that. Was not able to capture that. I wonder if I can get that to happen. Fuck.
So even though he doesn't realize it, he is being recorded.
Well,
She has eyes this time.
hey. You there? Oh, you there? Hello?
So Tiara has appeared on screen.
Shit.
But the character,
What are you doing
person that Paul was talking to
there? Why are you standing there?
isn't there anymore on the phone. So
What the
Belle
fuck?
is not on the phone, but Tiara, the character, who has eyes now, interestingly enough, is
You wanna
on
do
screen
something?
and is seeming to signal us to do something.
Come on, what do you want?
Look.
I know you're trying to say something to me.
Look to your left, perhaps.
What do you want? What do you want? What? What? What?
No.
What?
Is she asking the character to look? Or is she asking Paul to look somewhere off
What?
of his screen? To turn his head. But he's so... It's gone. What? Yeah. Now, I don't know if you can see it, but many theorize this to be like the true face of Marvin. It's this little green guy with the Needles piano in front of his face. Into the unfinished school area. Alright. We're nearly done, guys. Again, like, it's dragging us back to this picture over and over again. No matter what we do and how far we try to run from it, it always pulls us back. Hi there. Sorry for pulling you out of class. You're literally pulled. Put it on the chair. I know you've been busy catching up. Don't worry, I just want to talk with you. Hey, do you want to play a game? You could pick any game you want, and we could play it together. Grave robber, checkers, rotation, and accident. Remember, we saw this earlier. Not sure what the green thing is, but Grave robber is kind of like battleship. Oh, you already know grave robber? That's good. I don't like explaining things. Place your windmill. Place your first grave. Place your second grave and your third grave. What just happened? It's interesting. It's like a... I called you several times and you didn't come. Do I have the wrong name here? I noticed you named your file Strange Situation. Is that your name? Please confirm. Seems to be Paul playing. We don't hear audio, but Paul, okay. Your turn, Paul. But... sometimes you put ticks down to indicate, yes, there's nothing here in a game like Battleship or Minesweeper. Are you right-handed or left-handed? You don't know? Really? Well, which hand do you write with? That one? That's your left hand. That means you're left-handed. I'm right-handed. I use this hand. My right is actually your left. Isn't that confusing? Anyway, your turn. I think that the trans headcanon is interesting. But I think regardless of whether the character is trans or not, it still is a denial of personal identity, I think. a parent erasing the identity of a child for their own benefit. I think is a regular theme that we've seen here. But notice that it only... Moving 5 times in a row was a mistake. Now I can't retrace all my steps. You should dig often. It helps you win. I think the mechanics of this game, something was there, but what's, mechanics of this game seem very odd. But a parent trying to shape a child to what they want. Yeah, I think that's a very clear theme of this game. Kids shouldn't say swear words. Do you know why? It just doesn't sound right. It's disturbing. You should choose cleaner words, even when you're really angry. Notice that Paul swears a lot. Not a lot, I would say, but he does swear. I wonder if anybody ever said that to him. I guess in the game, the answer is yes. There is something in the way. Maybe this is the puzzle that Paul wanted Belle's help with. Do you think? That's a very big boo-boo on your face. We're going to help you. Together. Everyone is. When you reach for your shoes will be there. When you walk through a doorway, the door will be open. Wherever you go, the floor will continue under your feet. What an odd thing. Every move you make will be made valid. What an odd thing to say to a child. Everything you see will become real. The floor will continue beneath your feet. Everything you say will become the truth. Your turn. But in reality, in what way would the floor not continue under someone's feet if they were walking? Oh, you want to quit? Why? Oh, I don't blame you. Grave robbery is vile. This is an awful game, huh? We can play something else if you want. Hope you can find your real house. Hey, remember when I said in before 2-part 8-hour live stream? Hey! We're almost done this one, and then we only have 2 more episodes, so we're actually almost finished. Don't be mean to me. I'm sensitive! Yeah, but this will probably be an 8-hour live stream. Whoops. And we're going downstairs. I do wonder if this is like a primitive version of Petscop. If I think it could be either or, like if it's something that Marvin created, or if it's just a very primitive version of Petscop. But this looks a little bit more familiar. Go down the stairs and turn the right, because that's, you know, that's Newmaker's right. And I became a shadow monster man. Petscop 24 is very short, so this is effectively the last episode. Buckle in, boys and ghouls and non-binary pals. Let's go. Will all our questions be answered? Marvin? What even are we looking at, you know? It seems like a testing room. Petscop kids. Now we've done this before, where we use the tool to collect a bunch of money or currency. And you seemingly destroy something in the process. That little what's ever written on the chalkboard is censored. Again, I don't think it particularly matters what's written there. Just that whatever's written there is personal to Paul. And there's Marvin. Paul. What room are you in? All these rooms are slightly different. Now this looks familiar, doesn't it? We've seen this room. It was the burn-in room. Where? There it is. These are the same rooms. And we could see somebody moving around. So. Seems like this might be Paul's room. Number 1. And he's telling that to Marvin. We don't know why. Thanks. Here I come. What? No. No. Something right now is happening. And we don't know what. And I don't think we're going to get an answer to that by the end of this series. But it is something. I don't think that whatever is happening, I don't think is good. Because it stopped Paul in his tracks. Was Marvin closer than he could have thought? It's still playing, by the way. Just letting you know. Does the act itself matter, though? The only thing that matters is how it affects Paul. Yeah, you can come up with like a lot of gruesome descriptions of what could have happened. But now Marvin's done with him, and so he leaves. Not in table. So that happens. That's the default response whenever you input something that's not in the dictionary of the game. I'm sorry. But Paul is somehow able to continue typing. Whatever happened. Help. Whatever happened, he's still playing. Nine, 2, 19. Combination of 3 numbers. Well, we do have a place to plug that in, don't we? Now, we have a lot to unpack, I think. Nine. Two. 17. An Easter egg. Your name, the name, Tiara Leskowitz. You're after school today. I will miss you. I love you so much. I miss you so much when you are off to school for the day. I will be waiting for you when you come home. I will be on a brown chair in the driveway, waiting for the bus to drop you off. Every day I'm so happy to see you come home and tell me what you learned. I hope everybody treats you with love and respect. Love you forever, no matter what, Mommy. Hold on. Your new life letter. Remember, Tiara/Belle was adopted into the family, but wasn't considered family, really. Well, that's the story, anyway. Okay, not accepting any inputs. Oh, there we go. Got it to go. You'll find the machine up ahead. This is the only entry or exit. You'll pass through this room again as you leave. Keep in mind, everything here your baby will see. Care is referred to as a baby, I think. Play-Doh. Now, here's what I think is going on and why we don't hear audio from Paul anymore. I think Paul has been completely consumed by the game. Both emotionally and physically. And you're like, well, how can that happen? It's a video game. Again, like, this is a piece of art, it's a piece of fiction, anything can happen. It doesn't matter how it happened. But that's what's happened. I don't think there's any denying that. She will come in from the left. You know, I don't know, I just... Really interesting. And who's that up there? It's Care. We finally caught Care B. Care B is scared and pounding on the door. I open it. It's so dark that I can't see her. So I pull her out, and the light hits her face. And they won't even give me a picture of her now. They're all scattered in graves. And I'm a piece of shit. Here I go. How could you take an 8-hour sleep when I've only been streaming for 7.5 hours? And then we put in all our currency because we finally have a place to put it. All that progress we made. I think there's only one thing left to do. You've got to beat the game. You've got to progress. Put baby... Like, what else are you gonna do at this point, you know? Spin when ready. Time to play. Fuck. Stop. Stop. This is not the right song. This is not the song Marvin wants him to play. But there's nothing he can do. Didn't Krim say this was only going to be a few hours? Confession, I knew it would be more than a few hours right from the start. Leave me alone. Yeah, Care's an egg now. Make of that what you will. There's that slot. It's empty. You should start thinking about that. What does an egg mean? You know? Why is it an egg? I think it's eggs represent infinite potential. In birth, it could become anything. And I think what's important is that Marvin had nothing to do with it. You should start thinking about that. The last time it was used is find somewhere you can keep her safe in reference to Amber. And I think that's what we're doing right now, is we're trying to find somewhere to keep the egg safe. No, I don't think that means literally stuffing a child into a locker. I think it just means somewhere safe and away where someone like Marvin could never, ever get her. Or Paul. Either way. Escaping the influence of Marvin is the best place for It's turned to daytime on the New Maker plane, it seems. The eggs are together now. Yes. Hold on a second. I accidentally... Last episode. Quote unquote. We finally have access to a book of baby names. Belle, smart, you know. Carrie, Dizzy. But maybe these are words that, you know, Fatima, Sitter, maybe these are words these people picked for themselves. This is episode 24. This is the last episode. I don't know. I always thought that this was maybe words that characters associated with these names. Ramona being a nuisance is an interesting allusion to the Ramona books, I think. So what does it all mean? Because that's kind of it, folks. And now a message from Mrs. Mark, who is working very hard as we speak. Hi, Michael. Consider this your birthday card. Sorry I can't put money in it. When I heard how many kids were coming to your party, I was impressed. Thank your big brother for letting you and your friends play games all day and making you so popular. Also, thank your other auntie for making this all possible. If you see her, I mean. Not everyone can. But anyway, happy 7th. I'm so sorry I couldn't be here. I hope my gift makes up for it. It's the one in the black box. Carrie helped me pick it out. Thank her. Opening gifts is so fun. A lot of little mysteries, and all are solved. So cathartic. Anyway, I sure hope you have fun. See you later. Love you, Auntie Anna. P.S. Whatever you do, please don't shake the box. Seems to be a dog that Mike got, that Rainer/Daniel mentioned later. He was a gift. Yeah. So, that was Petscop. And I think it gives us with a lot of material to analyze here and back and try to find out the deeper mysteries of this world. You know? But I think at the end of the day, none of that matters, per se. What matters is the way we felt and the journey it took us on. The themes and why we were shown the things we were shown. I think that's the way that we need to analyze that. And the problem is that's not as neat and tidy as finding a specific number or date to point to and saying like, yep, this is when this happened, or like, you know, this is how much this character weighed, or if a character was launched from a plane with the gravity that we find on this world, would they hit the ground and die, or would be, you know what I mean? Like those you can work out to be definitive answers. And I think that you can say and point to those things that we puzzled out as being like, see, I was right. And I'm sure that there's certain things in Petscop that you can do that with too. Where you can come up with definitive answers by playing with the logic of the game. Now, I don't think you're going to get all the answers, and I think you'll find some inconsistencies, and I think that's intentional. Because the way Petscop makes you feel is a lot more of an interesting question, and I think what this game is getting at. Maybe the real Petscop was the friends we made along the way. Truthfully, there are many interpretations that you can come from with this game, and that's what, or this series, I should say, because it's not a game. And I think that's what makes it so very interesting. And I think that's what makes art very interesting. And why that type of an analysis, in my opinion, is so much better than solving all those little puzzles and finding catharsis from getting all the little answers that ultimately you're trying to logic your way through something that doesn't exist. If that makes sense. If I were to come up with another example, the Pixar theory. You can put all these pieces together. It's like, oh, well, we saw the pizza truck in this movie and it was like this, but in this movie it looked like it was from a different time period, so it goes on this part of the timeline. And Monsters Inc. takes place years into the future, and like the dinosaur movie takes place years into the past, and actually this takes place years into the future on a different planet, and like you can keep doing that with these movies, but you're kind of missing the point of the movies to begin with. And it's like, how did Bug's Life or the Good Dinosaur or Monsters Inc. or all these movies make you feel? Kind of using a very pedestrian sort of, you don't have to think about it too hard sort of movie. Does it matter whether, Brave came before or after I don't know, The Good Dinosaur in the timeline? Or does it matter how The Good Dinosaur made you feel and how Brave made you feel and the message it was conveying? I really don't like the Pixar theory. Me neither. It drives me crazy. Why does the pizza truck keep on showing up in Pixar movies? Because it's a reference to their other... It's like a signature. They put it there because they wanted you to associate it with Pixar and be like, hey, I remember that car. Or like, hey, how come Scully is wood carving in the witch's house? Because it's kind of a cool callback to their other movies, and artists like sneaking little callbacks and references to their other works. And that can mean that they're literally tied together in the worlds of those stories, or it could just, or it could maybe just be like a thematic tie-in, or like an artist's signature, or so many other things. Just to use an example of something that I think people think too literally about, other than FNAF stuff. Counting fingers and measuring tiles and counting pixels. I think when we're looking at art, it's really tempting to let that kind of make us get carried away with this whole analyzing and game theory thing. When we end up missing the forest for the trees because we're so desperate to find puzzle pieces and then make them fit together that we miss out on what's really happening right in front of us. And I think that Petscop is a really good study on that, and it calls people out for theorizing too much right in the text of the video several times. It's like asking why the one passcode keeps showing up in Bioshock / Looking Glass studio games. Jer Bear, Kingdom Hearts reference, get out of here. What is FNAF about? Not just what is FNAF. Like, how, like, I hope that we can have more analysis about why rather than how. Anyway. Thank you so much for coming to this episode of my stream. If you have not liked the video yet, please go ahead and like it and subscribe for more videos like this one and some other fun stuff. I play games on this channel. I do call-in shows, and sometimes I talk about little art pieces that I like, just like this one. So if any of that sounds fun to you, please hit that subscribe, and I'll see you guys all next time. Bye-bye!
I'm pretty sure that life doesn't have a meaning. And if there's a God, then he doesn't look like me. And I'm just a member of the current apex species. But there'll be another when the humans go extinct. We've only been around 200,000 years of 13.5 billion years. How can we think the pinnacle is here? Isn't that arrogant? There's a couple 100 billion trillion suns, and we act like it all was made for us. There ain't no way that we're the only ones. I'm not important, and neither are you. So let's do whatever we wanna do. Bask in our cosmic insignificance. Soak up this blip we're living in, cause nothing matters anyway. Isn't that great? Cause humans aren't really gonna kill the planet. Yay! We'll just make the planet unlivable for us. But Earth will keep right on spinning way long after we ain't in it. And life will keep right on living till the sun explodes. And no, I'm not important, and neither are you. So let's do whatever we wanna do. Bask in our cosmic insignificance. Soak up this blip we're living in, cause nothing matters anyway. Isn't that great? Oh, I don't mean to be a downer, I don't even think it's sad. The universe is gigantic, and it's kinda beautiful that I'm not important, and neither are you. So let's do whatever we wanna do. Bask in our cosmic insignificance. Soak up this blip we're living in, cause nothing matters anyway.